Hello, this is Sherry. I have received notice that Carol. We want to start the meeting. Leon actually. We will take your direction. I also received a text that Mary Faye is also running late, so we definitely will wait a few minutes. or Elmwood Plaza within Special Development District SDD number 3. The hearing will come to order. Good evening. I am Mayor Sherry Cantor, and I'd like to welcome you to tonight's virtual public hearing on the application filed on behalf of West Farms. Oops, this is the wrong. Nope, that's the wrong. On behalf of Hare Associates LLC, owner of property of the 1126 1148 New Britain Avenue. Because in-person attendance at public meetings is likely to increase the risk of transmission of COVID-19, this hearing is being conducted in accordance with the Governor Lamont's Executive Orders 7B and 7I. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Blanks is absent right now. Ms. Cantor?
Here.
Mr. Davidoff?
Here.
Ms. Fay is Ms. Fay there? Mr. Gold?
Present.
Ms. Kerrigan?
Here.
Mr. Sweeney?
Here.
Mr. Wenograd?
Here.
And Mr. Williams?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeBreau. This is Mayor Cantor again. I would like to note that we have a quorum from the council. Because of the virtual format of this hearing, there are some special rules and procedures that I need to cover before we begin. I would like to start with a brief overview of this process. Members of the town council, town staff, and the applicant's team are participating in this hearing via WebEx. Members of the public can view the meeting live on West Hereford Community Interactive Comcast Channel 5 and Frontier TV Channel 6098 or at www.whctv.org. The meeting is also being recorded for on-demand viewing, which is available on the town website. In addition, I would like to note that the required legal notice was posted on the town's website and published in the Hartford Courant. The application materials have been posted and are available for review on the town's website in accordance with Executive Order 7I. All participants must identify themselves by name and title every time they speak. We will begin with a presentation by the applicant, whose representatives are participating via video conference. The applicant will have 20 minutes to make their presentation. If necessary, the applicant may request additional time at the end of the 20 minutes, and I may exercise my discretion as chair to grant them additional time in 5-minute increments. Following the presentation by the applicant, we will open the floor to members of the public. I will explain that process at the time we get to that. After the public comment is over, the applicant will have 5 minutes to address any issues raised during the public comment section. Members of the town council will then have an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, and I will call on the members of the council in alphabetical order. Each member of the council will have 5 minutes to ask questions, which will include the time it takes for the applicant to answer. If I feel the answer has taken an undue amount of the councilor's allotted time, I may grant additional time upon request of the councilor. Also, I will ask participants, including the applicant and the members of the council, not to address one another directly. Comments and questions must be made through the chair. After you state your name, simply preface your question or comment with "through the chair." And when you are done, I will recognize the person who is most appropriate to respond. Although these practices feel a bit rigid and awkward, they will ensure the meeting is conducted in an orderly fashion and that members of the public who are listening can understand and follow the discussion. With regard to the public comment portion, I wish to first emphasize that phone access to this hearing is only intended for members of the public who wish to actively participate and provide comments. If you are on the phone and do not plan to speak, please hang up and watch on television on West Hartford Community Interactive Comcast Channel 5, Frontier TV Channel 6098, or streaming on, again, www.whctv.org. Please, if you, again, don't want to comment, please hang up the phone. Thank you. And for members on the public who are on the phone, please mute your device. The meeting moderator will keep everyone's line open until the meeting is turned on, and we will need to hear your voice. So if you're on mute, we will not be able to hear you, and we will probably move on to the next speaker. So please make sure that you are unmuted and you speak up. I would like to conclude by thanking everyone in advance for your patience. The new virtual format, again, can be difficult to manage, but we remain committed to the principles of open and transparent government and we will strive to ensure that every interested party has a meaningful opportunity to provide input. With that, I invite the applicant to begin their presentation. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
With the law firm of Roger Nassau, and I'm very pleased to be here tonight on behalf of the applicant. I understand we're trying to make these presentations very brief, and I have every hope that ours will be brief. I'm going to first give you a little bit of background about this property. And then I'm going to run through, as you all may know, we are proposing, I think it's 5 amendments to the SDD. So I'm going to run through those, and then when I'm finished with my presentation, I'm going to turn it over to Jason Pitts, who is the architect for the project, and he will give you much more information about one of the proposed changes, which is an extension of the facade on the west side of the plaza, right? It's an extension of the facade from Pepe's Restaurant. And the other presenter will be Matt Skelly, who is the project engineer, and he is going to address parking issues related to the plaza. And in particular, he did a parking analysis, a parking study, which he will share with you. As I think you all know, the Elmwood Shopping Center or Plaza is really an institution now in West Hartford generally, and in particular in Elmwood. I did a little research, and it wasn't hard to figure this out, but it was built in 1946, so it's been around for quite some time. And as you know, it's Special Development District number 3, so it's one of the very first developments to take advantage of the Special Development District process. I think it's fair to say that it is a hub of commercial activity in Elmwood Center and in Elmwood generally. I think the last time we appeared before you was about 7 years ago, when you were kind enough to approve of our application to bring Pepe's Pizza Restaurant to the plaza. In fact, you all were quite enthusiastic about that. I think it's been a terrific addition to both the plaza and to West Hartford in general. Before the public hearing tonight, we have, of course, paid a visit to DRAC. In particular with respect to the facade, the extension of the facade on the west side of the plaza, and DRAC voted unanimously in favor of the change, or the improvement really. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, of course, also reviewed our application, and it too approved all of the proposed modifications unanimously. And we have had extensive dealings with staff, in particular with Mr. DeMay, over these changes. And I think it's fair to say that all issues have been worked out to everybody's satisfaction, which is always a good place to be when you start a public hearing like this. So in any event, let me run through the changes with you. Todd, if you could put up that first slide, I guess, that would be helpful. At least I hope it's there. Okay. Can't see it very well, but okay. I think I know what it says. The first item that I've listed in the points of discussion is the application of we're asking that section 177.32 little I 2E of the zoning regulations be applied to the plaza. The Elmwood Shopping Plaza is, of course, in its own zoning district, and which is what an SDD is. The underlying zone is BC, and by our application, we're requesting that the plaza be treated in the same manner as any other property would be treated in the BC zone pursuant to that regulation that I just quoted or cited to. That section provides that, and I'm quoting now, changes in allowable uses may occur in the existing gross floor area of buildings in the BC district and the CBDH district without the provision of additional parking as may otherwise be required. So for example, if a retail tenant leaves the plaza and a restaurant tenant takes over that space or perhaps additional space, and if the application of your parking regulations would result in a demand or a requirement for additional parking, this regulation basically says it relieves the owner of the plaza from having to comply with that additional parking. And it's in a shopping center like this where you have sort of a constant change of tenants and a change in the uses, that can result in frequent trips to, in the case of if you're in an SDD, frequent trips to you folks for approvals because of the parking issues that may arise. And this leads me directly to the second point in the slide, which is we are also asking for the conversion of 4,100 square feet of space that used to be retail to restaurant use, and it will be a second Zaytoon's restaurant in West Hartford. They want to locate in the plaza. And the conversion of 2,330 square feet of currently unused space, a conversion to a service use. The problem is that because of these conversions, there will be if you apply the normal parking regulations, it will actually result in a requirement for more parking than the capacity of the existing parking lot. And because of that, that is one of the reasons why we are asking that the regulation discussed in point 1 be applied to the plaza, so that that additional parking need does not have to be satisfied. All of the uses that we're talking about have to be allowable uses in the zone, and they have to be changes of uses within the existing building. And of course, we would comply with that. And so if you do apply, if you grant our application on point number 1, then the parking issue that I just discussed because of the conversions of some space, that issue will be rendered moot because we wouldn't have to meet any additional parking requirements. Now you'll see in my outline here that I also list parking waiver. So if you don't approve of the application of the regulation we were talking about, then we would need a parking waiver from you for the additional spaces that would otherwise be required by the regulations. And as I said before, Matt Skelly, our project engineer, is going to explain to you, he did an analysis of the parking, and his conclusion was that right now there are significantly more spaces that we would need certainly today and in the event of a conversion, and for that matter, virtually any future changes in allowable uses for the within the plaza. And so we're hoping that you both apply that regulation to this plaza we're in the BC zone, as I said, so that we can be treated the same way as any other property within the BC zone. And by doing that, you would moot out the whole issue of parking. And for that matter, probably forevermore. We would never have to come back in the future as long as a new tenant was, going to utilize an allowable use in the zone. The next item in the points of discussion is the installation of a new fence along the west property line. We, of course, would be, one of the primary reasons for this request is that there's always been a bit of a problem in patrons of the businesses immediately to the west of us. It used to be Tapas Restaurant, and I can't remember the new restaurant that's in there, but frequently patrons of those businesses would park in the plaza's parking right next door, and partly because we are asking for this, for this new parking regulation to be applied to us. We want to make it a little bit more difficult for people to do that, and so that's why we will be installing a fence all along that west property line. The next item is we are applying for you to approve outdoor dining as a permitted use throughout the plaza, subject to your existing regulations, which I've summarized for you. You have two regulations on the books right now that address outdoor dining. One rule says that if you're proposing less than 5 tables at 4 chairs per table, then you need to get administrative approval from staff. If you want more than 4 tables, again at 4 chairs per table, then you need to apply for a special permit. So what we're simply asking for is that you approve outdoor dining as a permitted use throughout the plaza. And then in the future, if any particular restaurant wants to add outdoor dining, instead of having to come back to you and go through the SDD amendment process, we would simply have to comply either with getting an administrative approval or going to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a special permit. So it would relieve our restaurants of that burden and would relieve you also of the burden of having to entertain individual applications. And finally, we are proposing to extend the facade on the west wall of the plaza, and right now that facade ends at the end of the Pepe's portion of the building, and this would simply extend that exact same facade in a northerly direction to pretty much the end of the building. So it's an improvement over the look of the building on that particular side. I think that really does it for me, and I will turn it over to either Jason or Matt, whoever wants to go first.
Thank you, Lou. Jason Pitts here from Capital Studio Architects on behalf of the applicant. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I appreciate your time this evening to hear about the project at Elmwood Shopping Center. Capital Studio Architects has been working with Hare Associates LLC since 2004, and so we've been involved for quite some time on the various projects that have taken place throughout the years. When when Pepe's Pizza came in, we worked with them on the tenant separation wall, which also allowed for Golf Tech to come in and take over additional space adjacent to Pepe's Pizza. What happened was there was a void at the rear of the building because the tenants didn't want to take all of the space. In the rear of the building on the northwest corner, there is a storage area and then a vacant area, which was identified by a potential tenant for Hare Associates, but they lacked a main entry into that vacant space. So what we propose is to continue the facade north along the west facade, past Pepe's Pizza, past the service door to Pepe's Pizza, and then short of the end of the northwest corner. There's a couple of windows that exist there, as you can see in the photograph here. The windows, one would be eliminated as it would be blocked by the facade extension and the soffit. And then the windows adjacent to that, we've worked with DRAC and Planning and Zoning to include a possible extension of that window or modification of that window to allow for more natural light into the space. It also makes the facade look a little less utilitarian. With the gable entrance to the new tenant space, we would mimic the facade at the second entrance to Pepe's Pizza, which is generally used for takeout or for exiting purposes. So we would mimic this facade as well as the gable end and the ephes arch and medallion, if you will. We provide 2 columns there, which would again mimic the columns over at Pepe's Pizza, and then additionally we provide bollards to protect the columns, which was a comment we addressed from the DRAC meeting. The roof would be similar style, architectural shingle. So we would basically be keeping in line with the design that we worked on back in 2004 for the facade renovation program. This greatly improves the west facade of the overall center and really, brings another component to tenant occupancy, which would help the overall shopping center as well, bringing in a new type of client, which is a professional services client for physical therapy at this point in time. So at that, with those comments and that description given, I'd like to turn it over to Matt Skelly so that he can discuss some more of the parking requirements and elaborate further on what Lou had said. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jason. My name for the record is Matthew Skelly. I'm a registered professional civil engineer in the state of Connecticut. I'm also, like Jason, Fuss & O'Neill has been working on this site for many years. And I personally, I'm a former West Hartford resident, did a brief stint on DRAC, just as an introduction. So quickly, it looks like Todd can kind of move you around the plan here. If we can start on the left side, the west, I'll just point out we've got the new fence called out here and some wood guardrail down near the street in order to make sure that there's no issues with any sight distance as people are leaving there. Nothing else too interesting on the west side. And then if you zoom back out, I can point out we're showing where there's some of that vacant retail or, well, a vacant space that will be converted to retail that Jason mentioned. And then on the east side of the site, the currently retail space, the former chalkboard space that is proposed to be converted to Zaytoons. And also we're showing the location of where the proposed door on that side would be. If you want, that's pretty much what we're showing in the site plan. Todd, if you want to zoom up to that table in the upper left, that will be where we sit for a second while we talk about the parking. So the proposed change would require an additional 14 parking spaces according to zoning. The site is already very close to what is to meeting the requirement. There's not a ton of extra space according to the zoning requirements. So this change would, according to zoning, push it over what's provided. So we wanted to take a look at that and see what actually is happening out there. So the first thing that we did was we know that going into this that these uses don't all get parked out at the exact same time. So the theory behind a shared parking study, which is what we submitted, is that for office space or certain types of retail, you're going to see that parking peak generation during the day, whereas for a restaurant, you're going to see that peak parking generation during the evening and on weekends and that type of thing. So we went through and looked at that. And we pulled the City of Hartford's shared parking rates and applied that to the land uses. We came up with a total maximum demand of 234 parking spaces. And as you can see, there's 263 provided. So according to that, there's definitely a little bit of extra there. We also looked at this from the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual. From that perspective, this site very clearly exists as a shopping center. As I'm sure you know, you've seen analogous development all over the place. And what ITE would tell us is that the demand would be 209 parking spaces. So according to ITE, and that's what we're using as the required number, we had to pick something. That would leave us with more than 50 vacant spaces at peak. And I guess lastly, what I will mention is that in order to verify this, we want to get out there and take a look at the actual site. And being somebody, I can also speak from experience, having lived for 5 years just up the road from here. We were pretty confident that we weren't going to see a totally full lot. We performed our parking counts on a Saturday in December, which is traditionally for this type of land use when you would see the absolute peak parking. And what we found was a max occupancy count of 155 spaces, meaning that there were still over 100 vacant spaces at peak. So I think that our actual observations are definitely backing up the engineering methodology for how to look at this. And the last thing that I will add that we have in our letter is that the lot configuration of this site, and maybe you can zoom back out a little for me, Todd, is such that the parking spaces on the west side of this site are actually pretty far from like the Zaytoons land use. And I can tell you from experience that having wanted to go to Beachland Tavern, I don't want to park in the extreme northwest corner of this site. And I'm sorry to say to the owners, I would likely go find a different restaurant if the entire right side, the east side of this site is all the parking spaces are full. So I would say that the allocation of parking spaces for this site, it is what it is. But because of that, I think you're actually really very unlikely to ever see a full parking lot here. So those were
Reach the limit. I'd like to, so just if you could just wind up and then we'll go to comment. Thank you.
That is all I have. Sorry for going over.
No problem. I felt your enthusiasm. Thank you so much. We now will be entering the public comment section. So we've afforded the public the opportunity to comment in writing or live on the phone, which will begin in a moment. Written comments we've received have been published on the town's website as a PDF and are embedded in the online agenda. All written comments have been provided to the council and applicant for review. I'm sure we're going to have some follow-up questions on our own, and when we get to our comment section of questions. I will ask the clerk to please read into the record the names of the persons who submitted written comments. Essie?
Massimiliano D'Angelo, 70 Park Place Circle on June 23rd. Laura Santarocco, 82 Park Place Circle on June 22nd. And Larry Levesque, a member of the Board of Directors for the Quaker Green Association on June 22nd. Those are the only three. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeBreau. Now we will move on to the live and call-in comments. There already may be some of the public that's on the phone line, but if anyone else would like to comment, please dial 1-408-418-9388. That's 408-418-9388. There's an access code that you will need, and that number is 132-143-0695. Again, 132-143-0695. You will have 3 minutes to speak, except if you are a duly authorized representative of a group, then you have 5 minutes to speak. All speakers must state their name and address for the record. As a reminder, phone access is only for members of the public who wish to speak. If you do not wish to speak, please hang up and watch on the television as identified before, or streaming on the internet. I will briefly explain how the hand raising process will work. I touched on it before. Unfortunately, our conference technology only identifies the first 3 numbers of a phone number and no names. So the moderator will randomly unmute a phone line. Everyone will have to say their name in the privacy of wherever you are video conferencing from. And the voice that we hear will be the person that will be unmuted. That person will be recognized by the moderator, asked to restate their name and provide their street address. We will repeat this process until we've unmuted all phone lines and taken all calls. Each time, remember, just state your name and address for the record after the moderator recognizes you. If the moderator unmutes a phone line and does not hear a voice after a prompt, the phone line will be removed from the hearing. If you have called in and are also streaming, you will get feedback and echo. So make sure that you turn your media off while you're talking to us. You can just mute it. If you called in and are also, that's all speakers will be confined again to the 3 minutes and the 5-minute group. And out of respect for everyone who wishes to speak, I will enforce the time limits. Finally, all comments must be germane to the application. They must be respectful and appropriate. And if not, I will move on and you will be cut off. So I appreciate your respectful feedback. Madam Moderator, please initiate the public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will now unmute phone line whose number starts 860524. Caller, please state your name.
Seth Epstein, representing Hare Associates.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. You have 3 minutes. You may start now.
I have no comments to make at this time. I'm just here in case there are any questions directed to my attention.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. Moderator, next caller.
Madam Mayor, there are no additional callers on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. We will then go to, there's really no rebuttal because really there was no input from the public. And we will not close the public comment section yet in case we get a call while we're doing the council questions. We will leave that open for a few more minutes. But we will start by calling on the council for questions, and I will start with Mr. Davidoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I've got a series of questions, and I'll do them quite quickly because I have 5 minutes. To Town Planner, Mr. Dumais, have we ever applied Section 17732I-2E in an STD application before with respect to parking? And if so, can you let me know as to where that was? With respect to the fence that's planned to be built on the west side, has the applicant looked at the possibility of putting a doorway in that fence so that pedestrians could walk between the two parcels to improve walkability in the area? My third concern is the applicant looked at placing bike racks anywhere on the site, as the town has in its plan of conservation and development, biking as one of our preferred modes of transportation. And with respect to maintenance and improvements, does the applicant have any site plans to improve the islands of the parking lot. The picture showed that this evening showed that the curbing in the island was totally removed, and the plantings were on the weaker side with respect to. So, is there any plans to improve them? With respect to our outdoor dining, will the outdoor dining tables be positioned so that they are in compliance with what's currently COVID-19 regulations, so that they don't, so that they're placed in a safe position, so that outdoor dining can be conducted safely? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff, and I think I will start with Attorney Wise. No, we're going to start with Mr. Dumais. I apologize. First, we're going to start with Mr. Dumais on the parking. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Todd Dumais, Town Planner, for the record. Through you to Councilor Davidoff. Yes, the most recent application of that standard, basically no parking for allowable uses within the BC zone, was for the SDD at 11 South Main Street. That's where the Charles Schwab building was reconstructed. If you'll recall, that used to be the home of a Mason's building that was demolished and reconstructed. This provision of our zoning ordinances was utilized to allow the allowable square footage of that to carry forward to the new development. In that instance, the only new parking was required was for the new square footage for the residential uses provided.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. Mr. Davidoff, is there any follow-up on that portion of your question?
I appreciate, through you, Madam Mayor, appreciate Mr. Dumais' answer.
Thank you. Okay, now, Mr. Wise, I think there was the door on the fence, bike racks, and then a couple other things which we can review with Mr. Davidoff. You're on mute, Ms. Attorney Wise. Still on mute. No, we still can't hear you. No, let's, still can't hear you.
Now?
Now we can. Thank you.
Oh, okay. It's difficult for me to answer these questions because I don't think I certainly have not discussed any of them with our client. He did say that he was available on the phone, so he could be asked some of those. I will say, with respect to the outdoor dining, though, first of all, the outdoor dining would normally, the outdoor dining approval would ordinarily be sought by the individual restaurant, and who would have to get the approval of either the staff through an administrative approval or through the Planning and Zoning Commission for a special permit. So I'm sure that that particular issue would be dealt with during that process. Is that sufficient for Mr. Davidoff?
Mr. Davidoff?
Through you to Mr. Dumais. So if we were to allow the outdoor dining, it would still be an application to the Town Planning and Zoning Commission for a special use permit for outdoor dining.
Mr. Dumais?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councilor Davidoff, this is Todd Dumais. That is correct. It would either be the Planning and Zoning Commission or a routine administrative approval through our Zoning Enforcement Office if the establishment was less than the tables required or did not serve alcohol. And I think what Attorney Wise was trying to say is, yes, it would have to comply with all the requirements, including the things that you would reference in terms of safety features of table and chair placements within the plaza.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dumais. Mr. Davidoff, any follow-up on that?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so remaining on that is the maintenance and improvements on the islands, bike racks, and a fence in the door, correct, Mr. Davidoff?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Fence in the door.
Yeah, I could say one thing about the question about a doorway and the fence. My initial reaction, I haven't discussed this with my client, but the whole purpose of the fence was to try to keep people from parking in the plaza's parking lot, people who were patrons of businesses on the other side of the fence. And that would defeat the whole purpose of the fence if people could park and then just walk through the doorway to get to the restaurant or whatever other businesses there are on the other side. It is not very far to just go to the sidewalk and around. It's not I don't think it's a huge burden to have to do that.
Thank you, Attorney Wise. Mr. Davidoff, any further comments?
I just would ask the applicant whether or not they've given any consideration to the fact that the town is trying to eliminate curb cuts and make it more pedestrian friendly with respect to our new plan of conservation development.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff. We can circle back after other counselors, I think, have questions. I do think there's still a question on the bike rack and the islands, and maybe Attorney Wise, maybe you can check in with your client on answers for that, and we can circle back.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sure.
Okay, and as well as what Mr. Davidoff's comments on the connectivity that the plan of conservation and development has viewed as a priority. And Ms. Fay is not here. All right, we will go to Mr. Gold.
At this time, I have no questions, Madam Mayor. Mr. Davidoff took a few of mine, so we're good.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Ms. Kerrigan.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I could hear some other noise. Thank you. That was a great presentation. I always appreciate when someone wants to improve our town. It's always a good feeling. In terms of emails that we received from residents, it seemed that there was concern about the noise that the dumpsters, the garbage pickup, particularly 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. So can you address what we can do to the, help the folks that live in that area not have to have their children woken up at 5 o'clock in the morning listening to dumpsters getting rid of the waste? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kerrigan. Attorney Wise?
I can respond to that because apparently there was a complaint from the condo association, and which I was advised of a few hours ago by Mr. DeMay. It turns out that the responsibility to take care of the refuse lies with the tenants and not with the manager of the plaza. But having said that, when we heard about the complaints and we heard that I guess the refuse was being picked up quite early in the morning, we have already, my client has already decided, and he's already in the process of notifying all of the tenants that nothing is to be done, no collection is to be taking place before 7 o'clock in the morning during the week, and the other standards that you have. And so hopefully that problem is going to be very speedily addressed. And if it hasn't been, contact the manager of the property or contact the town, and we'll do something about that.
Ms. Kerrigan, any follow-up? Thank you, Attorney Wise.
Thank you. Certainly, that's more than I expected to hear, so I certainly appreciate that. We're fortunate that we have DRAC and TPZ to vet out most of the concerns, so thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Kerrigan. Mr. Sweeney. We can't hear you. Mr. Sweeney.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wenograd.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just following up on a couple of points that Mr. Davidoff and Beth Kerrigan raised. On the fence, I have to say I'm a little bit disturbed by the rationale for the fence. It seems to me it's a great plan. I think you showed that you have plenty of parking, and Side note, generally speaking, I think we have too much parking in town, a lot of establishments, and I'm very, very unlikely that I'm ever going to vote against getting rid of a parking requirement. I'm not sure we should have minimums at all. Probably should have maximums. But in terms of like walkability of a neighborhood, I've certainly seen it in my neighborhood on Farmington Avenue, where I've got, 5 businesses each started picking at each other over who could park where. They ended up putting fences, and then the fences don't work. So now every business has a sign telling people, if you park at this address, we'll tow you. It becomes a very unfriendly environment for everybody except the businesses. I don't think you guys like to police it either. So I do, certainly I saw the fence in the plans and assumed it was for beautification, which is fine. Again, the idea of creating those barriers seems to me to be sort of a long-term potential issue. The other thing is that just in terms of the trash, certainly I thank you very much for the assurances of not having garbage done earlier. But I would think for a site this large, there would be a master plan for pickup and having each of the tenants doing it separately. That, especially as we add restaurants, that could add a lot of extra bins. And in our other plans, we've usually had, more of a, and we've actually, Mr. Dumais can correct me, but we usually have in there some plan for pickup with restrictions as to when they can be done and those sort of things, rather than just an assurance from an owner. So I'd be curious whether or not, and maybe ask Todd or Corporation Counsel as to whether or not we can have restrictions on this plan that would put greater protection in for the garbage pickup.
Thank you, Mr. Wenograd. Mr. Dumais.
Madam Mayor, through you to Councilor Wenograd. Yes, I think Attorney Wise touched on this at the onset. Due to the fact that this is one of our oldest STDs in town, there has never been a comprehensive redo of the plaza. There have been smaller applications over the years for minor amendments, but certainly within your authority as part of any approval to the plaza to impose a series of restrictions or conditions around solid waste management. That's a standard condition that we typically impose and have been for the last several years. And we typically will require or ask that the applicant submit a trash management plan. That's the term of art we use. That's something certainly that the council could consider in its deliberations.
Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dodge, is that you? No?
That was actually me.
I'm sorry, Attorney Wise, go ahead.
No, my client, Mr. Epstein, who phoned in, is anxious to address some of the issues that have just been raised. So if you could figure out how to get him on, that would be great.
Okay. Jerida, can you help with that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mr. Epstein has been unmuted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address some of the questions that were posed. I'll start with the fence doorway. You all may not be aware, but there is an existing guardrail that runs north to south that is presently there. There's also been a partial fence put up by Davidoff Properties blocking the northwest corner of the lot. The true purpose of the fence is not as much about parking as it is about pedestrian cut-through. There have been a series of lawsuits over the years placed against us and tenants on the other side for slip and fall injuries. Often frivolous, but nonetheless extremely costly for us as property owners. So the point of the fence is to stop the pedestrian cut-through and to avoid these lawsuits. And the way the fence is designed, it goes from a 6-foot fence to a 4-foot fence, and it stops at the facings of the buildings. And there's a greenway where most of these incidents occurred because the back area is already blocked off by the guardrails and a row of arborvitae. So what we're trying to do is avoid injury by tenants that are parking in our lot to frequent the other lot, which is really the cause of these lawsuits over the years. And there's been several. So part of it is beautification, but the core matter is we do have people that go from side to side and they do fall, and it creates havoc for both Mr. Udoff and Hair Associates and the tenants involved. So that, aside from the parking, is the core issue. In our leases, we have to allow parking for our tenants, and we try to not to be unfriendly neighbors, but we try to avoid having parking in our lot pursuant to those leases for the adjacent businesses. It's unfortunate, but that's the situation that we're in. But we do have a number of falls, and that is, in particular what we're trying to avoid, and we're trying to do it in a way that, looks very pleasant for the community. So that is the key factor about the fence. In terms of bike racks, I'm very open to bike racks. As a frequent peddler, we would be, very interested in pursuing that, and I will do that. In terms of improving islands and plantings, we landscape every spring, and we fix whatever's broken every spring. So I'm not exactly sure what Mr. Davidoff was referring to, but once I know about it, we'd be more than happy to address it, because we usually do. We just finished our landscaping and some curb repairs, and we're always, as best we can, are on top of that. So those were my main comments. In terms of a master management trash plan, we're certainly open to pursuing such a situation. We've not ever had to deal with that before. As Mr. Wise said, the minute I heard from Mr. Dumais that there was an issue with early morning trash pickup and perhaps even deliveries, I immediately contacted our management office this morning, and letters will be sent tomorrow morning to the tenants regarding that matter. So those are my comments, and if there's any questions related to those, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. So, Mr. Wenograd, we were on you. We've expired the 5 minutes, but if you have any follow-up, do you have anything beyond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, just on that last point on the trash plan. So procedurally, I'm not sure. I mean, I wouldn't want to hold up an application for that. Is there some other avenue for exploring that with the town? Todd, to look at a plan again. And I think it's certainly, if we can eliminate the number of dumpsters, perhaps not just, and that would be harder to do without some kind of broader plan. Is that something that we can do as a town with the landlord or the owner, without having it be part of these proceedings?
I think
it's for Todd, I think. But
I'm sorry, Mr. Wenograd?
I think that's for Todd to...
Yeah, we'll start with Mr. Dumais, but they may need Mr. Dodge's input on that. Mr. Dumais.
Madam Mayor, through you to Councilor Wenograd. Yeah, that could be addressed through a condition of approval. Typically, in your conditions of approval on special development district plans, you would include language something like the following: that the applicant, if not already provided, the applicant shall provide prior to the filing of a special development district plan on the land records for review and approval by the town planner or other named staff official, a trash management plan, and then you would typically specify said plan shall contain the following. That's typically done on your maintenance plans for your special development districts, but it could also be applied to a trash management plan for the same and similar purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. All right, I think we're going to move on to Mr. Wenograd. Is that? Yes. Okay, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no questions. Thank you to the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. I just want to circle back and see if Ms. Fay has joined. And I know that Ms. Blanks is en route. So I appreciate the questions. I actually shared a number of questions with Mr. Davidoff. I do, bike racks, I think, is a good suggestion because, again, that's something that we've tried to improve upon through our town, and we have a multimodal transit-oriented district right down the street and the Trapbrook Trail. So I think that's a really good addition and in harmony with what we're doing. The connectivity of the fence, I appreciate that the slip and fall, a few months out of the year that are challenging for all of us. But I also think that we've worked really hard on New Britain Avenue to make some more connectivity, and I am a little nervous about that. I do appreciate it. I understand. I also understand that most people really want to see the businesses as an opportunity from one major crossroad to another major crossroad, and don't necessarily appreciate the separate ownership and the challenges that they have. And I think we all benefit from that, being able to walk and go to multiple a new bakery around the corner and then walk up to Golf Tech and whatever those trips might be. So again, I think we all there's synergy there. So I appreciate it, but it does give me a pause. It does give me pause. And any other further comments from the applicant? Okay. Before we close the hearing, as mentioned by Attorney Wise, I'd like to read into the record of letters dated June 3rd, 2020 from TPZ and DRAC recommending approval. And if there's no objection, I'm asking for, are there any objections? We will close the public hearing. All right, this hearing is closed, and we will start the next public hearing in about a minute. I'm just going to check on Carol and see if she's en route. If she's a minute or two away, we may wait for her to get there. Okay, we will start. She might be able to join, but I'm unsure. Okay. Pardon some of the repetitiveness, but there are people that may have tuned in for this public hearing. So this public hearing will come to order. I am Mayor Sherry Cantor, and I'd like to welcome you to tonight's virtual public hearing on application filed on behalf of West Farms Mall LLC, owner of property located at 1502 New Britain Avenue, also known as West Farms Mall, within Special Development District SDD number 12. Because in-person attendance at meetings is likely to increase the risk of transmission of COVID-19, this hearing is being conducted in accordance with Governor Lamont's Executive Orders 7B and 7I. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Blanks. Ms. Cantor.
Here.
Mr. Davidoff.
Here.
Ms. Fay. Mr. Gold.
Present.
Ms. Kerrigan.
Here.
Mr. Sweeney.
Here.
Mr. Wenograd. Mr. Wenograd. Mr. Williams. Thank you.
So, Mr. Wenograd, Did you get a response?
No, I did
It
not,
was
Madam
just
Mayor.
here. Okay, let me text him. I'll be right back. Ms. Blanks is going to be on in 2 minutes, so we're going to hold on that, and we're waiting for Mr. Winograd to. There he is.
I'm back.
Okay, just say you're here.
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Blanks is dialing in.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Dodd.
I was just going to suggest if you wanted to, while you wait for Ms. Blanks, it would be perfectly fine to proceed with reading the rules and procedures for the public hearing while we wait for her.
Okay, thank you. The hearing will come to order. Good evening, I'm Mayor Shirkin. No, we already read that. Sorry. Okay, this is Mayor Cantor again. I'd like to note that we have a full quorum of the council. Because of the virtual format of this hearing, there are some special rules and procedures I need to cover before we begin. This is an overview of the process. Members of the council, town staff, and the applicant's team are all meeting via this WebEx video. Members of the public can view the meeting on WHCI Comcast Channel 5, Frontier Channel 6098, or www.whctv.org. The meeting is also being recorded for on-demand viewing, which will be available on the town website. In addition, I'd like to note that required legal notice was posted on the town's website and published in the Hartford Courant. The application materials have been posted and are available for review on the town's website in accordance with Executive Order 7I. All participants must identify themselves by name and title every time they speak. We will begin with a presentation by the applicant, whose representatives are participating via video conference. The applicant will have 20 minutes to present their presentation. If necessary, the applicant may request additional time at the end of 20 minutes, and I may exercise my discretion as chair to grant them additional time in 5-minute increments. Following the presentation by the applicant, we will open the floor to members of the public, and I will explain how that process will work in a moment. After the public comment is over, the applicant will have 5 minutes to address any issues raised during public comment. Members of the council will then have an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, and I will call on members of the council in alphabetical order. Each member of the council will have 5 minutes to ask questions, which will include the time it takes for the applicant to answer. If I feel that answer has taken an undue amount of time, the councilor's time, I may grant additional time upon request of the councilor. Also, I will ask participants, including the applicant and the members of the council, not to address one another directly. They will be made through the chair. Simply state your name and preface your question through the chair. And when you are done, I will recognize the person who is appropriate to respond. Although these practices may feel rigid and awkward, they will ensure the meeting is conducted in an orderly fashion and that members of the public who are hearing can understand and follow the discussion. With regard to the public comment portion, I wish to emphasize that right now, anyone that has called in, that is only if you plan to intend to make comments. If you are on the phone and do not plan to speak, please hang up and watch on Channel 5, on Comcast Channel 5 or Frontier Channel 6098, or on the town website, www.whctv.org. Again, please hang up your phone if you're not planning to comment. For the public that are still on the phone, please do not mute your advice. The meeting moderator will keep everyone's line muted until it's your turn to speak. If you mute your own line, then the moderator will not hear you, and then she will go on to the next person. So make sure that you are unmuted. I would like to conclude by thanking everyone in advance for your patience. The new virtual format can be difficult to manage, but we remain committed to the principles of open and transparent government, and we will strive to ensure that every interested party has a meaningful opportunity to provide input. And with that, I invite the applicant to begin the presentation. Please state your name for the record, Mr. Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Corporation Counsel Dallas Dodge. I just wanted to confirm, do we have Ms. Blanks on the line yet? She was going
Yes, this is Blanks just joined. Thank you, Corporation Councilor Dallas Dodge.
Great. Thank you. Welcome, Councilor.
Thank you. Okay, now to the applicant. Welcome, Carol. Deep breath. Okay, now to the applicant. Thank you. Name, remember, name. Oh, you're muted. You're still muted. Sorry.
Am I unmuted now?
Now we can hear you, Attorney Pearson.
All right, good. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Town Council. This is indeed a brave new world. I'm hopefully there's enough business that still comes along our way to get used to it all, but let's dig in here. My name is Robin Pearson. As mentioned, I'm an attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson in Glastonbury, Connecticut, and I represent the applicant, West Farms Mall LLC, which is the owner of property at 1500 and 1502 New Britain Avenue, known to all of us as West Farms Mall. The application makes 3 requests to amend Special Development District number 12. The first is a request for exterior changes to the mall facade to accommodate an exciting new restaurant, Maggie McFly's, primarily to be located in space that was dark or has been dark for more than 3 years since Ruby Tuesdays left it back in March 2017. Those changes include upgrades to the exterior to bring some life to the elevation. And also there is a request as part of this change to the exterior facade for relief from the signage requirement for this restaurant to the extent of 83.5 square feet. All right, is there an issue? No. Another application, another part of this application is to seek approval of a change to the SDD to allow outdoor dining as a use that does no longer require an applicant, be it a restaurateur or the mall owner, to go back to the town council to request a change to the zoning that affects SDD number 12 in order to just locate outdoor dining use anywhere along the perimeter of the mall. In West Hartford right now, and do recall that West Farms Mall is also located, portions of it in Farmington. On the West Hartford side, to be able to locate outdoor dining, that request has to come in as a full SDD amendment to the town council just to be able to have outdoor dining as an accessory use to a restaurant. So this would eliminate that stuff for applicants. That's the step for applicants. They would still have to go to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission and meet all the requirements under 177.37.2 of the zoning code to secure approval for outdoor dining. And that involves both its suitability as a use, as well as the design features of whatever outdoor dining is proposed. And the final request before you this evening is to allow some very minor changes to the parking area and also additional landscaping outside of the new restaurant location. I've provided you with the sign affidavit already. It's part of your record. And now I'd like to ask the planner if he would put up our first slide so that I can introduce the persons that are both doing the presentation and are here also this evening to be able to provide any additional information should you need it. So, on behalf of the mall owner, I can tell you that Kevin Keenan, who is the general manager for West Farms, is on the line, as is William Saliat, who is the director of development for Taubman. And he is also joined by John Lopatin, who is the manager for engineering and construction for Taubman. Doing the presentation, Dave Ziax, who is a civil engineer. He is the president of F.A. Hesketh and Associates. He will go through the site plan changes, minor as they are. And then he'll be followed by Wesley Kreck, who is the project manager with the design team of NI Design in Farmington, who prepared these changes, incorporating the design aesthetic that was conveyed to us from Maggie McFly's architectural design firm called Sousa, but he has done all the design aspect work for this application itself. So as I mentioned, David will start off by locating the site for us. He'll detailing the parking and landscaping changes, and then Wes will show you the design challenge that they had to work with given the mausoleum-like facade of the exterior of this building, and describe the architectural changes and why the additional signage is warranted given the physical aspects of this particular location and the need to be able to have it be visible from New Britain Avenue in terms of wayfaring for the site. I'll just go through some outreach, a report on our outreach effort, and talk about the agency and staff reviews, all of which have been positive. And to start off, if we could go to the next slide, please. Your review, of course, is limited to the exterior aspects of this application. But we wanted to tell you a little bit about Maggie McFly's because it will feel good to do so, actually. It is a success story about a fun place to visit and eat in, and the prospect of it coming to West Farms is a positive way to begin our presentation. So as you can see from this interior drawing for the proposed new space, it's sort of a hip place, but everything about Maggie McFly's is family oriented, and they are very child friendly in terms of their operations and their menu. Ray Harper is their founder and owner. He's Connecticut based. He opened his first Maggie McFly's in 1993, and 1993, and there are now 5 in Connecticut. You may have had the pleasure to visit one or the other. 2 in Virginia and 1 in Albany, New York. Their emphasis, which is unique and maybe differentiates them from other national retailers at the mall, is to work with local ingredients and to come up with a locally based menu. To that end, they work very hard to develop relationships with smaller and local purveyors, farmers, brewers. They have an extensive, I believe it's over 100 local craft brews that they feature in their establishment. So in addition to being very locally directed in terms of their menu and their food product, I'd just like to note for you that their design is intended to mix a sort of aeronautical theme with an industrial vibe, and that's typical of all of their restaurants. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Dave to show you the changes that are proposed. This is Dave Ziyax.
Good evening. I'm Dave Ziyax with F.A. Hesketh Associates, and I was going to go over the small changes that are necessary at the site to accommodate the new restaurant. We could start out here with this overall plan. To the right is north. To the bottom of the page is New Britain Avenue is off the sheet. As you can see, I think everybody's familiar. Right there in the center of the drawing is the Macy's Men and Furniture Store. To the left is J.C. Penney's, and then right there in the middle would be the proposed Maggie McFly's restaurant, which, as Robin pointed out, is basically where the old Ruby Tuesdays restaurant was for a number of years. Just to the left of Maggie's is where the existing mall entrance is that we renovated back a couple of years ago. And as you can see, going through the site sort of skewed. You can see where the town line is. So Maggie McFly's just touches the town line where between Farmington and West Hartford. You can also see out in the parking lot, we're going to be doing some reconfiguring of a few parking spaces there to add some additional handicap ADA parking spaces. Maybe Todd, you could go to the next slide. I think that's slide 4. Yeah. Here's a more colored rendering blow up of the site plan, you can see the mall is the sort of darker brownish color, charcoal color, and then the restaurant is that lighter tannish color. Just outside where the area that's colored in orange, that would be where the outdoor seating area would be proposed for the restaurant. Just to the left of that, it would be the main entrance to the restaurant from the outside. And you can see on both sides, the landscaped areas would be enhanced. You'll see there's another plan to show that, but where the green is, those would be landscaped areas along the walls and at the entrance to the restaurant. There'll be a new painted crosswalk across the main driveway that goes around the mall. And then you can see where the reconfigured parking area would be to provide those two ADA handicap parking spaces all to code. We felt that the restaurant really needed to have its own handicap parking provided, even though there is handicap parking just slightly to the left, which is to the south near the mall entry. We felt it was appropriate to provide a couple of spaces that would be geared towards the entrance to the new restaurant. Next slide. And this is a further blow up of that. You can, again, the patio area, outdoor area is the orange. You can see more details for the landscaped areas to enhance the landscaping along the mall walls and at the entrance to the restaurant. And the light gray area is the concrete sidewalks that go around. It's part of the overall sidewalk around the outside of the mall. And then the purple up there in the upper left-hand corner, that's the existing mall entrance, again, that was renovated a few years ago. So all in all, there's no real changes to parking on the site other than adding those, reconfiguring those spaces for handicap parking. And there's really no other changes to utilities or drainage or the like. So Robin? Robin's on mute, I think.
I think Attorney Pearson, yeah.
This is Wes from NI Design with Wesley Crick with NI Design, the applicant to pick a going back to the starting point here, the existing facade, with its mausoleum-like appearance, the existing Ruby Tuesday had an existing exterior entrance all the way on the far right. Just wanted to note that. On the next slide, please. We'll see the proposed exterior changes, rendering that, just highlighting that we've moved the exterior entrance to the restaurant, separate entrance, over to the left-hand side underneath the new vestibule. There's a new vestibule with the new air signage above of the Maggie logo on facing both sides of that corner, which also there's tremendous facade changes, just trying to get rid of as much of the concrete as possible with wood and more warm, inviting. You can also see the outdoor dining area where the flame is coming from the central area, and there's the planters surrounding the outdoor dining area. If you want to go to the next slide, is nighttime perspective of this to show somewhat of the nighttime impact. This was requested by DRAC. Just wanted to point that one out. The next slide, please. Here's just the outdoor dining layout plan on the upper portion. Again, showing there's, right as it's designed with 44 seats, designed prior to the COVID scenario. Although, we'll see. There's other elements shown here for the outdoor dining, the planters, the tables and chairs. There's a little section of fence and the outdoor fireplace. And again, there's photos of the existing facade. Go to the next slide, please. So here's the color elevations of the proposed exterior facade changes, and showing all the signage. And also down below or on the right-hand side are the signage calculations, which point out that the total allowable calculation was 237 square feet. The total proposed signage on both the front and the side facades are 320.25 square feet, with the difference of 83.25 square feet, the total requesting a waiver for. I just want to note that the total proposed sign area would comply with the zoning regulations if the area of the total signage, if the area of the main sign did not include the white contrasting panel that was designed to give better contrast and give better visibility and legibility to the large sign, in particular from New Britain Avenue, which I'll show you in the next slide. But unfortunately, the zoning regulations dictate that the contrasting panel is part of the sign so that it counts towards the sign area calculations. But if that panel was not counted, we would have complied with the total allowable area. DRAC had requested that we conducted some sightline studies in essence, to defend our argument. So as here on the next slide is the view from the traffic light outside of the Red Robins at Corbin's Corner, which you can see that you can see the Maggie's signage in it, and the black area, if the sign letters were mounted directly onto the black area, during the daytime it would be very difficult and very unreadable. So that's really was the main argument, as it says right there, that contrasting panel really to provide better daytime visibility. And the next slide, we also we were looking at the sight lines approaching from the south if you're coming from Route 9, and when you turn down the southernmost driveway, somewhat across from where the Babies R Us used to be. Once you enter down into that driveway, the only signage that is visible is the signage that's on the side elevation, which also helps with the wayfinding once you're in that parking lot. It's also to get to the entry area.
Okay, we're approaching quite a bit over 20 minutes. So if you could wind up, that'd be great.
Yeah, no problem. And I was just really going to say that after preparing the sightline studies, we met with DRAC and was very well received. And I'll turn it over to Robin.
Okay, Attorney Pearson, just wrap up and then we'll go to public comment, and then you'll have the opportunity if anyone has called in, as well as answer a councilor question.
I will do that. What you have before you on this slide is a copy of the exhibits that were included in the neighborhood mailing that we made back on April 9th. It was attached to a letter from the manager at the mall who explained the application. Mr. Keenan also provided all of his contact information so that in lieu of a meeting, because the COVID restrictions had gone into place, that if anybody had any concerns about the application or wanted to share any input, they could contact him. He's had no contact from the public regarding this application. And with our last communication with town staff, it's been indicated to us that there have been no public inquiries either. So hopefully that's not an issue. I'd like to point out to you that the staff reviews have generally either been no comments or indications that they're pleased with the effort to enliven the exterior. DRAC and TP&Z both unanimously made positive recommendations to the town council. And TP&Z in its letter to you of June 3rd said, in particular, the TP&Z noted that this application helps turn an insular facing retail facility, the mall, outward towards the street, better integrating it into the community while providing new alternatives for retail. And DRAC, which did initially, wonder about whether all that signage was required or needed, after our studies, also unanimously made this recommendation of approval to you and said that specifically the proposed design will serve to architecturally enhance an otherwise large and unactivated facade of the mall. And finally, your POCD, Plan of Economic Development, Conservation and Economic Development, does have an economic development goal, which this meets, which is to promote growth and retention of existing businesses in an innovative manner while preserving and protecting the residential character. So we do believe this application does that. And with the application that we filed, we listed all the other reasons we believe we comply with the special development district criteria, and I won't go through those again. But we hope you will review the application favorably. And that's it. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Attorney Pearson. Before I read the directions on the public comment, I want to see if first with Ms. LeBreau, Town Clerk, have you received any comments that we have not seen as of now?
No, Madam Mayor, I've not received any.
Thank you, Ms. LeBreau. And then, Jerida, have you, Madam Moderator, do you see any numbers on the, on that would like to speak to this? Do you know?
Mr. Mayor, there are no public calls on the
Okay.
web.
So I will just state quickly, if there are members of the public that would like to speak, please dial 408-418-9388. Access code 132-143-0695. Again, please dial 408-418-9388. And the code is 132-143-0695. In the meantime, I think we will go through the town councilors, expecting we might have a call, but I don't expect one. So we will go to town councilors for their questions, input in alphabetical order. And we will start with Ms. Blanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, Town Councilor Carol Anderson Blanks. A couple of questions that I have written down while you were speaking. In terms of the handicap spaces, how many first of all, I would ask, how many spaces are there now and how many additional spaces are you proposing?
Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Attorney Pearson. You're still on mute, sorry. Still on mute.
Am I on now?
Now you're on.
All right, I finally found the tag. I'm sorry. Robin Pearson. The mall is quite large. I would have to ask David Zieks if he has any idea how many handicap spaces we do have throughout the mall grounds. I'm not sure if that's readily available, but there are thousands of, well, I don't know, David, there are a number of parking spaces. I don't know if you can answer it any of that.
I'm not exactly sure on the total number, but I know The mall itself easily meets the overall parking requirements for handicap parking, and they are strategically placed all around at all the entrances. The reason why we're adding 2 more handicap, these will be new spaces. We're converting a couple of standard spaces to handicap parking spaces is because we thought it would be appropriate, since the restaurant has an exterior door to the public. We thought it would be appropriate to put 2 more spaces, in direct, in nearness right to the front door there, to be in the true spirit of where you should be placing handicap parking relative to the entrances to your facility. So these are new spaces. They're above and beyond the number that exists out there now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Blanks, anything further?
Yes, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, Councilor Carol Anderson Blanks. So a couple of other questions I have. One is approximately how many feet away from the roadway will the outdoor seating be constructed? And then my other question, forgive me if this was already answered or addressed, and how long will the project period be from the time of construction to grand opening? What is that proposed at?
Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Ms. Pearson, Attorney Pearson.
If the question is how many feet from outdoor dining to New Britain Avenue, is that?
No, let me clarify. From the actual roadway in the mall?
From the driveway, the internal driveway in the mall?
Yes.
Ms. Blanks, yep, Ms. Blanks, the closest driveway to that, to where the restaurant sits, correct, Ms. Blanks?
Correct.
Okay, now, Ms. Pearson.
David Ziyax, would you
Yes.
be able to answer that?
I believe, Todd, can you put back on slide maybe 4? It's either 6 or 7 feet of sidewalk there. Maybe the more precise layout, maybe 5, Todd? Yeah, see in this area right in here, this particular colored rendering doesn't have, this sidewalk, I believe is 7 feet from the curb to the wall here. And then around the outside of the patio area is a raised planter area that will have landscaping, as you can see, installed along the top of that wall. And then this would be the control gate here for egress at this point, over on the left-hand side, right under where it says patio exit. So there's a sufficient buffer there between the cars going around this area and the patio.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question.
Wait, you gotta go through me.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor.
Blanks, yeah, okay.
Carol Anderson Blanks.
Last question.
My final question was the duration of the project period from beginning to end.
Ms. Pearson, or I'm not sure who best to answer. Still on mute, sorry.
This is William Saliat.
Thank you, go ahead.
This is Bill Saliat representing Taubman Company. To answer the question on project duration, once we have our permits in hand and are able to commence construction, we estimate that, from the start of demolition of the existing improvements to the opening of the restaurant, approximately be 10 to 12 months. We still have some work to do on securing building permits and otherwise, but that would be our estimated time frame from, again, when we start construction to the opening of the restaurant.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to go on because we've reached our limit on time. Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Mr. Davidoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Believe it or not, no questions.
Okay, Mr. Davidoff. Ms. Fay.
Thank you, Mayor Cantor. I'm good too. No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Gold.
One quick question, just to follow up Ms. Blank's question through you, Madam Mayor, to Attorney Pearson. The facade construction, what, if any, impact will that have on the curb line and the roadway immediately adjacent to the sidewalk area, if at all?
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Ms. Pearson?
Robin Pearson, to you, Madam Chairperson, what I would like to do is ask Bill Saliot if he might respond to that. I don't think it's changing the exterior along the roadway at all, along the driveway, the existing curb.
That is correct. I think Ziax might be able to answer with
Okay.
specifics.
Oh,
There
yes.
is no modification to the curb itself in terms of the width of the sidewalk, Dave.
Yeah, that's correct. The granite curbing, looking at this slide, it's the word landscaping is right on top of the existing edge of granite curb, which is that dark gray line. That remains as part of the patio construction. That will be all brand new concrete sidewalk there, and then of course the landscaping will be installed in the open areas where there used to be some landscaping back when Ruby Tuesdays was there, and then there'll be enhancements there. But basically, there's no encroachment into the existing asphalt driveway as a result of this construction.
Madam Mayor, through you, just to clarify,
Yeah.
I really was more concerned about during the construction phase, will there be an impact in the roadway which will inhibit traffic flow and cause a problem? And is that something that will need to be addressed?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gold. Mr. Ziak or Attorney Cantor?
Yeah, as far as the pavement goes, no, I can't see any impact to that. The mall will have to work with the tenant construction on, work within the sidewalk area and any potential conflict with the existing mall entrance. That'll all have to be worked out with a pedestrian access plan. But as far as the vehicles out on the pavement, there won't be any disturbance to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ziak and Mr. Gold. Anything further?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Ms. Kerrigan.
Through you, and thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the thorough presentation. Appreciate it. You had me at more than 100 local craft beers, so no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kerrigan. Mr. Sweeney.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wenograd.
I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Madam Mayor, thanks to the applicant, no questions.
Thank you. And I will end by also saying thank you so much. This is
I was kind of hoping to get away without saying anything.
someone's not on mute.
That's quite all right.
Somebody's not on mute. You have a hot mic. I don't know who it is. Thank you. I just want to thank the applicant for a wonderful application and bringing this to us. It's exciting. Anything further from the applicant?
No, Madam Mayor, thank you very much.
Okay, sorry about the, it's tough. We've done it a few times and it's still hard. So again, thank you all for your patience. And with that, I would just want to read for the record, June 3rd, 2020, as Attorney Pearson already said, TPZ and DRAC recommending approval, and a letter from Prague dated June 10th, finding no conflict with regional plans. And if there's no objection, I will close the public hearing. Any objection? Okay, the public hearing is closed. And we will start the council meeting in just a few minutes. Give us 5 minutes. Why don't we 7:45? Thank you. We'll be meeting momentarily, so come on back. One more minute. Okay, we will get started. I hope everybody has found their box. The Brady Bunch box. I call the West Hartford virtual regular town council meeting, 6/23/20, 7:30. We're not too much later. This meeting will be available live on West Hartford Community Interactive, Comcast Channel 5, Frontier Channel 6098, YouTube, as well as www.whctv.org. And we're called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And again, I want you to all think about the responsibility that we have as elected officials to truly provide liberty and justice for all. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Many of you stood. Thank you so much. We will start with roll call. Ms. LeBreau.
Ms. Blanks?
Present.
Ms. Cantor?
Here.
Mr. Davidoff?
Here.
Ms. Fay?
Present.
Mr. Gold?
Here.
Ms. Kerrigan,
Here.
Mr. Sweeney,
Here.
Mr. Wenograd,
Here.
and Mr. Williams.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we start the business portion of tonight's meeting, I would like to make a motion to add to the agenda a resolution concerning 1700 and 1800 Asylum Avenue. The resolution would authorize the town manager to enter into a new lease for the athletic facilities and playgrounds located on the former UConn campus, as well as agreements that will give the town the right of first refusal on any sale of the property in return for temporarily maintaining the landscaping on the property. I understand the town manager has been negotiating these agreements with the owner of the property for the past few weeks, and the final handshake didn't happen until late this afternoon, which is why this item was not ready for inclusion on the agenda at the time of posting it. This is time sensitive because, as we all know, the current lease for the ball fields and playgrounds expires June 30th, so we need to act on this tonight. Pursuant to Section 125C of the Freedom of Information Act, a vote to add subsequent business not in the filed agenda requires a 2/3 vote of the members present and voting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Blanks,
Yes.
Ms. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff,
Yes.
Ms. Fay,
Yes.
Mr. Gold,
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney,
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd,
Yes.
and Mr. Williams.
Yes.
It's unanimous and the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item will be added to the agenda as item 6F. Approval of minutes. Without objection, I move that we approve the minutes of the Town Council meeting on June 9th, 2020. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, the motion is adopted. Without public hearing minutes, 6/9/2020 Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program. Without objection, I move that we approve these minutes from the June 9th, 2020 public hearing on the Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program. Is there any objection? All right. Seeing no objection, the motion is adopted. Consent calendar. Without objection, I move that we place items 4C and D on the consent calendar. Is there any objection? All right, seeing no objection, the motion is adopted. Reports from the, one second. I move the, and then I move the adoption of the consent calendar. We need a roll call for this, Ms. LeBron.
Ms. Blanks,
Yes.
Ms. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff,
Yes.
Ms. Fay,
Yes.
Mr. Gold,
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney,
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd,
Yes.
and Mr. Williams.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And with that, we will now go to Town Manager's report. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt Hart, Town Manager. I do have a number of items to report on tonight. I will try to do it as expeditiously as possible. So first of all, starting off with COVID-19 data, as we always do, to date, West Hartford has had 682 positive cases. Obviously, that includes many people, actually most of that number of folks who have recovered. And unfortunately, we have experienced 123 deaths due to COVID-19 in the town of West Hartford. Our staff and our various advisory committees, we are looking at the reopening of various municipal facilities. As I reported to the Recovery Committee last night, various recreational facilities we're making good progress on. We recently reopened our playgrounds with restrictions. Tennis and pickleball are 100% open. Veterans skating rink we've recently opened again. There's a 2-week soft opening period, and we'll be able to do more there. Our athletic fields are open to league play in accordance with the state's restrictions. And we are looking at options for Cornerstone Aquatic Center. We do have a major capital project plan for Cornerstone, which will necessitate a temporary closing at some point next fiscal year. Our library right now is providing curbside delivery, curbside pickup service for its patrons, as well as virtual programs, looking at opening the library to a very limited extent to the public at some point later this summer. Our senior centers, given the high-risk population, we do not anticipate reopening those until sometime this fall. And last but certainly not least, with respect to Town Hall, we are working on a plan to bring Town Hall to what we would call Phase 3 in our recovery within the next couple of weeks. That would be rotating staffing at 50% on any given day, and we would be open to the public on an appointment basis only. And we're looking to do that, proceed to that step in early July. Moving on, Town Center outdoor dining is going extremely well. As you know, outdoor dining and outdoor retail, we've received some very, very positive feedback there. We do, however, we have received some number of complaints about people not wearing face coverings, not maintaining appropriate physical distancing, etc. So we have some new signage that's installed. We've got a new banner on Goodman Green, and Health District and Fire Department staff are combining on an enforcement effort, primarily from an educational perspective, to educate people, our retail establishments, our restaurateurs, as well as pedestrians, about the importance of wearing those face masks and maintaining appropriate physical distancing. Moving on, our overnight parking ban, as you know, that ban had been suspended through June 30th. We are now planning to suspend it through September 30th. So the overnight parking ban in West Hartford, the ban from 2 to 5 a.m., that will be suspended through September 30th of this year. That will give us more time to develop a long-term recommendation for the Town Council to consider. Next item I had for you, I wanted to talk a little bit about the 2020 census, which is very important for the town of West Hartford, as well as communities across the country. There are 3 census tracts along our town's eastern border that have had relatively low return rates on the census, ranging from 56 to 60%. Overall, our town's return rate is 73%, which is above the state and county averages, but lower than some of our neighboring towns, and then lower than where West Hartford finished up in the 2010 census. So we really want to work to get that up. What are we doing about that? So our Complete Count Committee, which you established last year, plans to implement what we'll be calling a census call to action, a Call 5 initiative. What does that mean? Exactly as it sounds. We're going to have a number of volunteers who will call 5 of their family members, their friends and neighbors, reminding them to complete the census questionnaire. And the volunteers will be well versed in Portuguese, Spanish, French, Korean, Chinese, Vietnamese, Japanese, Russian, Nepalese, Arabic, Farsi, and Urdu. All of those languages are very important to us. We want to be able to reach out to these folks and encourage them to complete the census questionnaire. Nationwide, the enumerators will begin visiting homes that have not returned their questionnaire in August. Moving on to my last item, and this is going to take a little bit of time. It's very, very important. I wanted to talk about our efforts to address systemic racism, building on the conversation we had 2 weeks ago in our special Public Safety Committee meeting. And I will be meeting with Mayor Cantor and Councilor Blanks, Public Safety Chair Councilor Blanks, later this week to talk more about this. But Chief Riddick and I have been doing some good work in this regard, and I really want to credit Chief Riddick for his tremendous leadership on this particular issue.
I don't know if you've had a chance to see the recent forum, WEHA forum, that the mayor also participated in. Chief Riddick was also interviewed on Face the State by Dennis House a couple weeks back. His testimony is very, very compelling, and I really credit him with being so willing to share his own personal story because it is so powerful for all of us. So what is some of the work that we're doing? Number one, we're looking to ensure that all of our use of force and related policies are available online. We're developing a report that we'll be able to provide to the council and members of the community on a periodic basis. That's going to get out our performance measures, use of force statistics, and other key measures as well. Third item we're working on, very, very important, we're reviewing the organization and composition of the Citizen Complaints Review Board. We're going to be recommending some revisions to the town council. Next, we're piloting, we're demoing various body cameras over the next 6 to 8 months. Body cameras that would be worn by all of our police officers. Right now, we have a camera in each police vehicle. We want to move to body cameras as well. So we'll be checking out a number of products, and we'll look to purchase them in the next fiscal year. We're reviewing our existing force policies. We'll be revising them based on feedback from the Public Safety Committee. We're looking at various military-style equipment we've purchased in recent years through what's called the 1033 program. We're going to be recommending policy changes there to the Public Safety Committee as well. We're looking at the department's responsibilities related to human services to determine if some of these duties should be assigned to other municipal departments or agencies. And then last but certainly not least, we want to be able to conduct a community engagement effort to talk about how the department responds to these issues, but more importantly, to solicit the community's impact on departmental operations and how we can continue to improve. Now, that is a lot of information on law enforcement. You know, we understand the focus on law enforcement, but I think as we all recognize, if we truly want to get at the root causes behind systemic and institutional racism, we've got to look at the organization as a whole. I recently began a conversation with the town's leadership team. That includes our directors as well as all of our middle managers and professional staff. We plan to support you, the council, with your initiatives in areas such as public health, human services, and planning and zoning, initiatives across the organization. And we will be initiating training for starting with our leadership team, but then rolling it out to the entire organization on implicit bias, unconscious bias, the importance of that, educating our workforce so that we can improve as we move forward. That completes my report tonight, Mayor. Happy to take any questions that council members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Questions for the town manager? Okay. I don't see anyone on the screens that I can see, but all right. With no questions, I'm sure we will have many, many more discussions. And we will go to Corporation Counsel report. Mr. Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no formal report tonight. The governor is up to Executive Order 7 AAA. So that means that we've issued 54 executive orders since the start of the crisis, or since the start of the public health emergency. We will require an executive session tonight in order to discuss the real estate business that was added to the town council agenda at the beginning of the meeting. I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. Are there any questions for Mr. Dodge? You have a question for yourself, Mr. Dodge? No. Your hand went up. All right. Okay. We will move on to number 5, unfinished business. An application filed on behalf of Hare Associates LLC, owner of property located at 1126, 1148 New Britain Avenue, known as Elmwood Shopping Center or Elmwood Plaza, within Special Development District number 3. The application seeks permission to undertake exterior facade renovations to convert and create new tenant space within the existing building footprint, requests modifications to current parking restrictions, and seeks permission for outdoor dining to be permitted as an approved accessory use for all restaurants within the SDD. I move to approve with conditions, and we need to talk about those conditions, and modify the application to replace the new white vinyl fence proposed on the site plan with a wood guardrail. And we can go to discussion. I will start with the discussion and I will close, but I'm starting by saying that we have done years of work to make the connectivity on New Britain Avenue and the Elmwood businesses very visible. And we've worked very hard to consolidate aprons to, again, make those, the commercial plazas and individual ownership flow from one to another. And I heard very clearly from a couple of counselors, and I know from my own perception that this will be something that will be problematic down the road. So anyway, so that's so just debate. Is there any discussion? I can go in alphabetical order too if people would like to comment. Why don't I do that? Ms. Blanks, any comment? Oh, you weren't on that, sorry. Mr. Davidoff, any comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So are we just talking about the wood guardrail, or are we talking about the entire application?
We're talking about the entire application. I mean, the wood guardrail could be an approval for the application. If we want to do that, Mr. Dodge, actually, could you help clarify that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dallas Dodge Corporation Counsel. The motion was to approve with modifications, which is allowed under our SDD ordinance. And so it's a single motion. So by approving this, you would be approving it with that modification, which is that the fence, which is on the western border of the property, the new vinyl fence there would be replaced with a wood guardrail. As I understood your motion, Madam Mayor, there's an existing white vinyl fence that's sort of toward the back of the property there. That would be allowed to remain, but after that ends, the wood guardrail would then replace where they've shown a proposed fence to go on the property. And so it's one motion. This is not an amendment or anything. You've moved to approve as modified, and I can describe the conditions whenever the conditions of approval when you feel appropriate.
Why don't you do that now before we have any other discussions? I will say, I know the conditions of approval, there was discussion of a trash management plan, and I think we would like to add that as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so Deputy Corporation Counsel Verano has sent the council conditions of approval. These are your standard conditions of approval. However, we have made one change which would reflect what you just described. It would require the applicant to, prior to the filing of the special development district on the land records, to submit for review and approval by the town planner a trash management plan. Under our under our standard conditions of approval, we do restrict the times for trash pickup, but this would impose the additional requirement that the town planner approve a trash management plan before the SDD is recorded.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. So those, as we use the term conditions of approval, that will be included in our conditions. Okay, Mr. Davidoff, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with respect to bike racks, the applicant said they would be willing to install bike racks on the site. Is that part of the conditions of approval?
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff. Mr. Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dallas Dodge Corporation Counsel. No, that's not part of the current conditions of approval. You could, of course, add them, but I think you could also accept the applicant at his word that he will add bike racks to the property.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. Mr. Davidoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to add them as a condition of approval, if possible. I think that's important. It's consistent with our plan of conservation and development that we recently enacted. So with that said, the applicant wanted us to apply section 177.32 lowercase I to E, which dealt with parking waivers. I didn't really have an issue with that. I concur with Councilman Wenograd that some of our parking requirements are excessive, and we probably should be encouraging less surface parking, not more, to encourage other modes of transportation to get to these various areas of commerce. With respect to the outdoor dining, I think that's a positive thing. We're seeing it in all of our commercial districts, and I don't think that this should be any different. That seems to be the vibe of the neighborhoods, and this should be no different. I do think that one of the photos that was shown during the presentation showed a discontinuous asphalt curbing that was painted yellow in the diagram. So if that could be shown to the applicant to make certain that repair is made. And the applicant also stated that the plantings were going to be adequate for a site this size. I would leave it to the planner's discretion that the plantings in those islands be appropriate, as we find in other similarly situated developments. So with all that said, I think it's a positive that in the current economic environment, people are, landowners are willing to reinvest in their parcel. That's obvious here, where the landlord is willing to make facade improvements, as a tenant that we currently know in town being Zatoons to open a second location. That's encouraging. And it's further encouraging that in light of the current economic situation, that a business still has the capability to expand, being in the restaurant industry, which is interesting to know. They also cited that there would be some type of service industry. It noted on the plan that it was some type of physical therapy. I don't know if that's the particular use, but it would obviously fit in with that particular range of businesses that make up that tenant mix. And anyone who's gone to that plaza knows that it's a very busy plaza, whether you go for any variety of cuisine, or you go for bakery, you go for eyeglasses, you go for tax returns, you go for golf tech. There's a lot of things happening in that small, condensed plaza. So it is one of our first STDs. It used to look very 1940-ish, 1950-ish. I think we brought it into the 21st century. It's exciting to see economic development. I think we've talked about Elmwood Corridor, whether it be New Britain Avenue or New Park Avenue, as areas for potential for economic growth. And I think that applications like this will bring forth other applications in that district to show people that it's a worthy place to make an investment. People do support the many mom and pop businesses, as well as some of the national franchises. So overall, it's really good. The only thing that the mayor pointed out, rightfully so, and we had a discussion, was about the fence, and I understand the legal liability concern of the landlord. That is concerning. But I think that as we work towards connectivity, synergy, and trying to bring people together and walkability, I think any way that we can encourage cross utilization of business entities is in the best interest of not only this particular landlord, but others, and in my opinion would foster a lot more economic development. So for those reasons, I will support the application with those concerns. So noted. I would also ask that going forward, we get a more comprehensive outreach report with respect to SDDs. In texting conversation with our town planner, the last time that this body looked at that type of resolution ordinance suggestion was back in 2014. So I think it's time for us to update that requirement with respect to the information that we need. And I'm certain that we'll put that on some future council agenda to make that happen. So with all that said, I will support the application this evening, and thank you for the ability to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff, and we'll go to Mr. Gold.
I think Mr. Dodge had a comment to make at the conclusion of Mr. Davidoff. I didn't know if I needed to pause for him.
We will pause for Mr. Dodge. Mr. Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dallas Dodge, Corporation Counsel. Just as a point of procedure, because the town council had already received the draft conditions of approval, if Mr. Davidoff would like to add the requirement that the applicant provide bicycle parking, then I would suggest that he make a motion to add to the conditions of approval a requirement that the applicant will work with town staff to develop a plan to include bicycle parking within the special development district, which the applicant will install at its own expense.
Okay, I think we're still in the comment phase as opposed to the voting phase, but I guess we'll go.
Madam Mayor, what would probably make sense from a procedural standpoint would be to make the motion, adopt the motion, and then what you were voting on at the end of the process is the application with conditions as amended.
Okay. Mr. Davidoff, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor Dodge, in the capacity of an attorney, so well stated what I would move. So to use his words, exactly that's what I move. And look for Inca's second.
I'll second that motion in Wenograd Town Council.
Thank you. We need a roll call. Ms. LeBreau?
Ms. Cantor?
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff?
Yes.
Mr. Gold?
Wait. You guys keep skipping me. Mary Fay.
Mary, you weren't in this. No, Mary, you weren't in this public hearing. I had texted you that you were not at it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Gold?
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd?
Yes.
And Mr. Williams?
Yes.
It is passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaRoe. Now back to Mr. Gold.
Thank you. So I lost my thoughts, but I do support this application with amendments. Mr. Davidoff very succinctly spoke on, I think, most of the council's behalf in terms of the concerns. Mayor Cantor, I appreciate the thoughts relative to the fence. I think, the connectivity, the synergy of this area of development is key. And I think we can't lose sight of this New Park Avenue, Britton Avenue area. And I think this development here is a perfect anchor for that development as we go forward. So I too would be supporting this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Ms. Kerrigan.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I will be supporting this application as well. It's exciting that someone's coming forward to invest in a part of our town. I really appreciate the response with respect to the residents who were concerned about the trash pickup, the noise of it. So I'm thrilled. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kerrigan. Mr. Sweeney.
No comments. I'm supportive.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Wenograd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm supportive of this proposal with the amendments. I do want to thank Mr. Epstein for the continued investment in our town. And I particularly did like the presentation on parking in terms of really assuring that future changes don't require him to come to us. I'd really love to get out of that business of approving people every time they want to change a little bit of parking. So I do appreciate the proposal. And thank you again for being a great neighbor for West Hartford.
Thank you, Mr. Wenograd. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the applicant for your investment in our community. I'll be supporting the application. No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And I will wrap up by saying I echo all of my colleagues' comments. I really was a little concerned about the feedback I heard on the dumpsters and the activity about that and the quality of life issues. That was we heard from a number of people on that, and that's important. So I'm glad that it's being taken care of and seriously considered immediately by the owner, Mr. Epstein. And I also I want to thank you for listening to us about the connectivity and the visual and the message that we're sending that this area in Elmwood is such a wonderful, vibrant area with so much to offer from avenue to avenue, and we're just thrilled that you are making investments, that business owners are going to be there. I love the facade changes. I agree on the parking flexibility. And I'm thrilled with the outdoor dining. So I thank you so much again for your commitment, your investment, and your loyalty to West Hartford. And with that, roll call, Ms. LeBreau.
Ms. Cantor?
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff?
Yes.
Mr. Gold?
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd?
Yes.
And Mr. Williams?
Yes.
It is approved 7-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dodge, is that all good? Everything went okay on that? Okay. All right. Now, this is an application filed on behalf of West Farms Mall, LLC, owner of 1502 New Britain Avenue, located within Special Development District number 12. The application seeks permission to undertake renovations to the facade of the former Ruby Tuesday restaurant, including signage and landscape enhancements, and requests permission to establish outdoor dining as a permitted use within SDD in order to facilitate the establishment of the restaurant Maggie McFly. I move that we approve the application filed on behalf of West Farms Mall, LLC, owner of 1502 New Britain Avenue, again, located with Special Development District number 12. Does anyone want to speak to this application? I think I will go through again. If you don't want to speak, you don't have to speak. But we'll start with Ms. Blanks. She was on this application.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, Councilor Carol Anderson Blanks. And I must say that I was pleased to hear their report out on their application. I've seen the Maggie McFlys. I've never been in one, so I was happy to hear that it is a family-friendly type of restaurant, and the fact that they are going to have outdoor dining and the way how it's designed, it appears to be done so in a safe manner, but also aesthetically pleasing. And I just think this is going to be a nice addition to the mall, although it's going to be a year from now, so there is a bit of a wait, but all good things come to those who wait, I suppose. But I was pleased, I must say. I think this is going to be a nice addition to the mall. It's especially going to be attractive to our younger population, and also a nice getaway for families, especially as they're shopping in the mall. So I'm excited to see another restaurant, a little different, come into the mall and to join our community. So I will be supporting this application.
Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Mr. Davidoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too will be supporting the application. I think it's no surprise that malls are going to look a lot differently after this pandemic, and for this applicant to still proceed with their application speaks volumes that they still want to invest in our community. And I think that's a strong message to others who are thinking about coming to West Hartford, that we are a vibrant community. We have a lot of restaurants, a variety of restaurants, and there's room for more. And we also have a community that is willing to support those who make an investment in our community. So for that reason alone, I think it's really important to vote in favor of this. To Attorney Pearson, thank you for an excellent presentation, very thorough, hit all the required statutory requirements to receive an approval, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff. Mr. Gold?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And through you, I too will be supporting this application. I was very impressed with the presentation. Attorney Pearson is over-inclusive, and I appreciate that. Again, I know that you've hit all the bells, the bells and whistles here. I was glad to see the monolithic facade turned outward. I think that's important as a nice showcase as I think malls reimagine themselves going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Ms. Kerrigan? Ms. Kerrigan?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry about that. It's a problem trying to get unmuted, as Attorney Pearson has to. Yeah, it's always great to have a presentation by Attorney Pearson. They're always very thorough. Thanks to Todd Dumais, who vets everything before it comes before us, ensuring that it is in keeping in harmony with the West Hartford conservation and development. As I said, you had me at more than 100 local craft beers, so I'm excited that you're investing in our town, and that's what makes us great. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kerrigan. Mr. Sweeney?
Just very grateful, like Mr. Davidoff said, that this business wants to invest in the town, and grateful for it, and looking forward to bringing the family over there. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Wenograd?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Wenograd. Yes, certainly support the proposal. Happy to see the mall turning its side inside out and facing the street. I think that's all to an improvement, and look forward to the new business. So thank you for the application.
Thank you, Mr. Wenograd. Mr. Williams?
You, the applicant, for the presentation and your investment in our community. I have no questions.
Thank you. I also want to thank the applicant, and I want to thank the management of Kevin Keenan to keep our mall really in such good shape. And I know that they are planning and thinking about their future and how to remain a vibrant center. And this is a step in the right direction. I really love the magnitude of the invitation, actually, and the outdoor dining. I think is a really strong statement that we're here, we're vibrant, it's fun, come on in. So I appreciate that very much. And with that, roll call, Ms. LeBreau. Oh, yeah, there are just a statement. There are no conditions on this application. I didn't want anyone, Mr. Davidoff, texting me to say, where are the conditions? Okay, thank you. Roll call, Ms. LeBreau.
Okay, Ms. Blanks?
Yes.
Ms. Cantor?
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff?
Yes.
Mr. Gold?
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney? Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Wenograd? Mr. Wenograd? I think you're muted.
Yes.
And Mr. Williams? Thank you. That's 8-0, and it's approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 6A, ordinance concerning traffic obstruction in certain intersections. Without objection, I move that we set this item for public hearing on July 14th, 2020. Is there any objection? Okay. With no objection, the motion is adopted. Resolution. This is a motion to approve a resolution declaring racism a public health crisis. This is something that I want to open the floor for any discussion or any comments. But there's been a lot written about this in the recent weeks, but there's been a lot written about this for the last several decades, with a special emphasis, obviously, in the past month. I would like to open it up to my counselors, and I will go through again in alphabetical order, and I will start with Ms. Blanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Councilor Carol Anderson Blanks. So this resolution that is before us tonight, declaring racism a public health crisis. This has been going on far, far, far too long. The impact of this crisis on the Black and Brown communities of color that have experienced the systemic, institutional racism across the divide, if you will. I know some people question, is it really a public health crisis? Indeed, it is. When does it start? When does it end? It's emotional, it's psychological, it impacts physical health. Studies have led to cardiovascular disease. There is a high proportionate rate in the Black and Brown community for diabetes, premature heart attacks. I can go on, and I'm sure everyone sitting around the virtual table has heard studies and has had countless conversations with neighbors and your colleagues, children, and on and on and on. I just think we are past the point. I can't even say that we're at a point, because we're past the point of where we need action. The debate has been endless, right? Up until last month, many of us knew things were happening. Maybe we needed proof in order to believe it. Unfortunately, the proof was there from a 17-year-old who was brave enough to actually hit the button and to record the action in motion. And then just to witness the cavalier. Also, I can imagine that 17-year-old and her 9-year-old relative who also saw the adults that just stood in their place and just felt they couldn't do much because they feared for their own life. And we have to ask ourselves, we're in 2020. Why? Why is that the case? And we look around in housing, in our businesses, in our educational system, in our healthcare system, and we still ask the question, why? Well, I think it's time to start asking and start doing. We need to act. We all know what's going on. We don't have to be afraid anymore to discuss the elephant in the room. It's here and it's smacking us in our face. It's not looking at us. It's smacking us in our face from one side to the other. And people are not only suffering, but they're dying. Are we going to leave this world better than we found it? Or are we going to continue to pretend that it doesn't exist because it's not happening to us? It is. Black people, Black lives matter, all lives matter. But more importantly, justice is needed for Black people, and the time is now. We can no longer continue and pretend that it's not happening. It is. It's here. And the time, as the mayor have said, is now. This is the start of the start. Let's make sure, let's be a leader. West Hartford has always been a leader. So we need to step out and we need to lead and vote in favor of this resolution.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blanks. Your words are so important and poignant and powerful, and I appreciate your honesty. Mr. Davidoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Blanks could not have said it any better. And over the past few weeks, I've reached out to her and to others in the Black community to ask how I can be a better ally. And what I've learned is it's necessary for me to educate myself about a variety of issues. It's very important to listen. And it's very, very important to get an understanding that for a long time, people like myself have had the microphone and others have not. And time for some reflection, introspection, and to basically live life with that basic human creed that we are all created equal, and it's time for us to enact actions, take actions, show leadership, so that everybody is treated equally, with respect. Everyone's liberty matters, and everyone has the same opportunities and has the same freedoms to exist in our country. And while this may not have been the case, I think the last few weeks have highlighted what a lot of the issues are, and has basically given us pause. And what is encouraging is people from all walks of life, of all colors, are coming together to find a solution so that we treat everybody fairly, and that we look at our core of our being. And we have one opportunity to live our life on earth. And it would be so much better if we could do it with mutual respect, do it with kindness, do it with being genuine to each other, being honest. And I think there's a lot of lessons here. And I would also just want to share on a personal note that I've learned a lot from my children. And as we've had a lot of discussions around the dining table or on the telephone, and you can learn a lot from those younger than myself. And I have. And like I said at the beginning, it's important to continue to educate myself, and it's important to listen. It's really important to listen. And I'm committed to doing that. And to those in our community who continue to reach out, I can just say for myself, I'm listening. And it's very important to listen. And hopefully we will find action steps and take the necessary measures to make certain that things are righted that may have just never even been in focus. But there is a focus now, and it's important that we sharpen that lens. And we know what's right, and we can do this. And thank you for the opportunity to comment this evening. Thank you to those who brought this forward, and I wholeheartedly support it, because deep down in my heart, I know that it's our community, it's our nation, it's our world, and it's so important to our future as mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff. Ms. Fay?
Yeah, my heart hurts. This whole thing is killing me. I mean, it really does hurt. I grew up in East Hartford. I love my town. I was just there for 3 days with my dad. It's a great town. It's very integrated. It's very mixed. It's all kinds of ways, socioeconomic, education, and race. And I was thinking about this, and I was sitting out in front of my dad's house and facing him. He's got a beautiful young couple that were really good friends with my mom and my dad. African Americans. They're friends of mine, really good friends. And to the right or left, excuse me, he's got a brand new family that just moved in from Nigeria. I mean, the house has never turned over where he lives. The same people have been there forever, but when they do, it's really good. And I chose to live in West Hartford. Actually, I had two houses in East Hartford because I love that town. I really do. I love where I grew up, and I love my friends. But I chose West Hartford for the same reason. It's very integrated. There's people from all walks of life, people of all colors, all nationalities. You guys mentioned the language was cool. And when I had Katie, I wanted her to grow up in a world like that too. Absolutely. And I think it makes the world richer. It makes it better. My mother was a teacher for 30 years in East Hartford. And one of her best students was Shanika. And she ended up being a nurse, actually, when my mom was in the hospital near the end of her life. But I feel your pain. I'm a minority too. I'm not comparing. I'm not even going to go there, but I know what it's like to feel less than, Carol. I know what it's like. And gosh, Everett, your brother was one of my best friends at Travelers. It shouldn't matter. I wish it didn't. I see you mentioned children, Leon, and I feel very passionate about this. You know, Kitty's 3 best friends at Morley. Oh gosh, Nebel, Jade, and Layla. And 2 of them are Project Concerned kids. And I love that. It's about the character. It's about the person. It's about who they are, their heart. So I am abhorred by racism. I'm abhorred by discrimination. I'm abhorred by not seeing the value in mankind, as Leon said. It hurts. I mean, I get really emotional when I talk about this because it really, really hurts. Is it a health issue? Well, yes, there's certain health issues that it's disproportionate. Somehow we have to put up a bigger, amplifier on mankind and just overcoming racism and just being better people, being better to each other, being kinder, being more forgiving. I'm very passionate about this, and of course I'll support it.
Thank you, Mary. Ms. Fay. Mr. Gold?
I think I'm on. Thank you, Mayor Cantor. I'm honored to be in this position, being able to address my fellow council people, as well as residents of our town regarding this resolution, a resolution which I am in support of. While there is a significant public health crisis, we can't deny that. We all know that this resolution addresses. It also requires us to look at and address moral implications that we all face collectively, such as anti-Semitism, hate, racism, anti-Black racism. With this resolution, I look forward to an enlightenment of sorts, equality for all, respect for all, and hope that we move forward with a better future for all of us and for generations to come. Thank you for those who did bring this forward. And I, again, support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Ms. Kerrigan?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I've been sitting on the council for 5 years now, and we do a lot of the approvals of applications. And then there are those moments that make me so proud to sit at this table for resolutions like this. I want to thank those who emailed support, all of you who emailed support, particularly those that didn't have a vested interest. They are not individuals they're not Black, they're not brown, they're white, but they know wrong when they see it. Dr. Tracy Wilson, Liz Devine, who brought forward the stories of slave owners in our own town to educate our young children as well as adults, the Witness Stone Project. Adrian Billing-Smith, who started an organization concerned parents of color in West Hartford, and who has brought forward our first celebration of Juneteenth, and is working on an effort to change the name of Goodman Square, another slave owner. And I do want to just not address, but I do want to speak to being a gay white person. I cannot feel how it is to be Black or brown, but I do have some insight in hearing my sons speak about being brown. And so gay and Black or brown are not the same. We can hide being gay, and many of us hid it for a very long time living in the closet. So I follow my lead from those who know most. And Takesha Everett, who is not only a resident of West Hartford, but she's also the executive director of Health Equity Solutions, whose mission is to attain optimal health regardless of race, ethnicity, or socioeconomic status. She brought this forward to me. I said, oh my goodness, this is important. And I'm going to read her words because she knows this. This is what she does. These are her words. Racism has had a long and pervasive existence in our country, our state, and even in our town, as our recent Witness Stone project has shown us. Our commitment as a town is to all of our residents. And right now, people of color and Black people in particular have experienced historic and systemic oppression that has resulted in significantly worse health outcomes. The COVID-19 pandemic has placed a spotlight on the irrefutable racial health disparities in our state and in our town, and there is no better time than now to address the root of these disparities: racism. The West Hartford Town Council must proactively confront racism within our community. We can begin our work of dismantling the unjust systems in our midst by clearly stating our values, that racism is a public health crisis. Thank you, Takesha Everett of Health Equity Solutions, and thank you so much for bringing this resolution forward.
Thank you, Ms. Kerrigan. We are, and Mr. Sweeney. Sorry, lost my place.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I full-heartedly support this resolution tonight. As Ms. Blanks talked about, this has been and will continue to be a public health crisis in this country until we do something about it. Just a few statistics to prove that it is a health crisis. 1 in 1,000 Black men can expect to die at the hands of police. That's 1 out of every 1,000 Black men right now can expect that. They have Black men have a 3-time higher suspension rate than their white counterparts, which has significant outcomes changes for students as they go through their life. That has different medical impacts on their well-being, what they see, and what they go through, and what they feel. And overall, Black men have almost 10 years shorter span on this planet than white men. That right there is all you need to know in regards to that this is a public health crisis. That right now, Black men are living shorter lives with the same biology as a white man. And there's no other reason other than systemic racism is impacting their life outcomes. And I think that the more that we have these conversations and look through the facts and talk about, who is more impacted by asthma, African Americans are the highest rate of asthma, as Ms. Blanks talked about. But there are so many different statistics that we have, I think, year over year swept over the rug or looked over, that I think that addressing it in this manner in a public health crisis is the only way that we can really do anything. And I think, as so many people have said tonight, there are so many people that are doing great things in our town to address this. But at the end of the day, we as a council need to take significant steps. And I think addressing this and stating this publicly is a step in the right direction. I appreciate what the town manager said earlier about what's being done internally. But there are, budgetary items that we need to address, I think, going forward. I think we all say this during budget time, that a budget is a moral document and we have to look at that as such. So I appreciate the mayor for bringing this forward. I also appreciate Takesha for also bringing this forward and the work that she's doing as well. And, thank you for all the advocates and the people that emailed this week, but there's so much work to be done. And the statistics prove that this is a health crisis, and I'm happy to support this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Wenograd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that we're all getting over the past few months as we deal with the two pandemics, COVID and racism, is a better understanding of history. We've all become, knowledgeable about the flu of 1918. People had known about it before, but suddenly it's becoming more relevant to study. And thanks to certainly the tragic events, but more, because those are not new. Lloyd George was not the first, nor will he be the last. But thanks to the Black Lives Matter activists and movement, the whole country is getting a much better education on the history we all should have remembered before now. And when you look at that history, you understand that not only is racism a public health crisis, but it's always been a public health crisis. Right now we're seeing finally Confederate monuments come down, monuments that were designed at the time to be racist symbols of white supremacy, and now seem, shocking that they were put up in the first place. But you look back, and certainly not the only statues that have give us a reminder of history. A couple of years ago, New York City, I just looked it up again. New York City actually did a review of their statues in Central Park, and the first one they took down was one of J. Marion Sims, who was a 19th century surgeon who conducted experimental operations on female slaves. They had a statue for him because of his work as one of the early gynecologists. He also did work without anesthesia because they were slaves, because they were Black. The feeling was that his victims did not feel pain. Tuskegee, the life in Henrietta Lacks, the work at Johns Hopkins, where stolen cells from her, and the family never fought back because the feeling in Baltimore was certainly that you didn't go to that distinguished hospital with a great name and a great reputation, except for people, Black people in Baltimore. So I think it's valuable for us to now declare what is obvious. Racism has, obviously, as Councilman Sweeney says, huge effects on the health of Black people in this country. The study we can do of this to help, the data will help us hopefully start addressing the problem more generally, and more specifically in more systematic way. One thing, I've been so inspired by the protests. I've been to as many as I can, but it's time. Protests are great, but we have to actually start doing something. And hopefully, as you said, and the town manager said at the beginning, it's time now for action. This is just one step. I hope these things aren't symbolic. Symbolism is nice, but we got to start doing stuff. So thank you, and thank you for the whole council for supporting this important resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Wenograd. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No one should be discriminated against because of the color of his or her skin. Such discrimination affronts the very spirit of America. And it is the United States of America that is the greatest country ever founded by mankind. And because it was founded by man and not God, it is imperfect. Its flaws, however, do not render its promise impossible. The United States of America is the greatest country ever founded because it stands for the principles that all people are created equal, and all rights, most significantly among them, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, come from God and not a king. Because government does not give us these rights, it has no right whatsoever to take them away without due process. Not from you, not from me, and not from George Floyd. The United States is also the greatest country ever founded because it comes closest of any nation ever to include the entire beautiful mosaic of all humanity within its citizenry. Every single race and creed is a fellow American, and I believe all of us are created in the image of God. We all can and do call America home. We Americans are a good people. That is why, in recent years alone, millions of people from around the world have immigrated here, hoping to become Americans. Black Americans, in particular, have contributed so meaningfully to America that it would take hours to discuss that subject alone. Black Americans have enriched our community, our nation, and the world. From Frederick Douglass to President Barack Obama, from Justice Clarence Thomas to Maya Angelou, from Jesse Owens to Oprah Winfrey, and from Thomas Sowell to Aretha Franklin, Black Americans have touched and helped shape all aspects of America and American life. As Board of Education member, Dr. Lorna Thomas Farquharson said in the recent Juneteenth ceremony, Black history is American history. But as recent events have highlighted, we in America have for far too long seen our Black neighbors and friends confront injustices that should not exist. First, without exception, Black lives matter. Black lives matter, Black lives matter, Black lives matter. All decent people believe this truth. It is time to confront those policies which threaten this truth. To do this effectively, America must first have clarity as to the mission, which should be to protect Black lives and ensure that they have equal treatment under the law. Our community and our nation must be wary of those groups who attempt to use the unequivocal truth that Black lives matter for their own political purposes. Anarchists, masquerading as protesters, destroy businesses, many Black-owned, destroy monuments of our first president, and commit violence against any who stand in their way, even killing them in some instances. Political leaders who shamelessly call to defund or abolish the police in a naked attempt to garner votes in a time of crisis. Yes, there are some police who abuse their power. Yes, we should look at police reform. But the officer who killed George Floyd should be condemned, and he has been by all reasonable people. We must acknowledge, however, that the vast, overwhelming majority of police are exceptional. They put their lives on the line each and every day, and they should be honored and respected for their sacrifice, not denounced and defunded. The voices of violence and anarchy sadly seek chaos instead of an answer. Our society needs to do the opposite. We need to take a sober and objective look at policies which adversely impact and oppress Black lives, and in many cases have done so for decades. First, every single child should have the option to go to a good school. But Black Americans in the dawn of life are way too often told by their elected officials that they must attend a local and oftentimes failing school. This is indefensible. Imagine being that parent, being told by your government that your child must go to a failing school, or if they're lucky, they're put in a lottery to go to some other school solely based on their zip code. It's outrageous. If a parent wants to send them to another school, they should be able to if they choose. Americans should have school choice, and until they do, inequities in education and outcomes will persist. We need to know how every single one of our leaders feels about this issue. If they do not support school choice, they should absolutely be voted out of office. In my view, any leader who does not support school choice is putting some other priority in front of Black lives. And as I said, Black lives matter. Second, policing. At the outset, West Hartford has a remarkable police force. There's absolutely zero evidence of racial bias by our police. That said, we know that there are police forces that have reputations of egregious abuses against Black citizens. Who is running those police departments in cities? The same people in political party for decades and decades. Want change? Vote them out. Every single one of them. They've had ample opportunity to fix things, and they have failed. Remember, we only know about George Floyd's treatment because a camera was running, as Ms. Blank said. The police policies of these cities follow the lead of their local elected leaders. Look them up, find out who they are, what their political party is, and work to remove them. Third, housing. Black Americans are disproportionately caused to live in higher crime urban neighborhoods than other Americans. You know how you can help fix that? Make other neighborhoods more affordable. Make it possible for more Black Americans to move into a different neighborhood if they so choose. The truth is that the state and its unfunded union obligations, unsustainable union contracts, and laws that protect those unions make it extremely expensive. The cost is compounded in a place like West Hartford, which has enormous union obligations itself. Both state and local unions are getting raises this year during this time of historic economic suffering. That tells you everything you need to know. Unless and until our leaders put our people first, we're going to continue to see what can only be described as soft segregation. Who has run this state for decades? Who has made it unaffordable? Look them up, their party affiliation, and vote them out. The bottom line is that the government has meddled for years and done little. Under the auspice of helping, policies have done little to help Black Americans. In fact, I believe the government has done the opposite. It's time for the government to get out of the way and allow for opportunity, pro-jobs, pro-investment to take root. Here's my point. How long have we lived under the Chef decision? How long has the state had the tool of affordable, subsidized housing? Has there been any meaningful improvement in outcome and experience for Black Americans? Not enough. Money and the same tired policies won't change that. But I think freedom of choice, freedom to choose a school, freedom brought by economic opportunity is the answer. And barriers to that freedom should be removed. And the politicians and political parties who erect those barriers should absolutely be defeated and removed. Also, I just want to note that many of the leaders we hear from today proclaiming Black Lives Matter have been in office for decades. They haven't done enough. It's an election year. They blame others for the issues facing us today and take zero responsibility. Instead, they shallowly signal their virtue through mere words. They are hypocrites of the worst sort, and they should be rejected by voters. Finally, with respect to this resolution, it contains words. It was sent to us on Friday morning. The whereas clauses make various assertions. I do not know the extent of the research which underlies the conclusions set forth in these whereas clauses, if there was any done, or the sources of the information. And that's because, once again, we have a resolution just dropped on us by the majority party without thoughtful discussion beforehand. All that said, the purpose of this resolution appears to be to denounce racism, and I do, so I will support it. Regardless, this resolution is yet another resolution in now what has become a pattern of resolutions for this town council, which are designed to make us look good but don't have the effect of law. It's gratuitous, and in my view, Black Americans have been given nothing but words for decades from their leaders, empty promises. This resolution is not enough. Political positioning is not enough. The majority party in this council needs to demand publicly that its state legislators, all of the same political party, take action. Take down the barriers. Black Americans should have school choice. They should not be subject to police policies which violate their God-given rights, and they should, like all Americans, have the opportunities to raise their families in a safe and affordable society. Black Lives Matter. Now is the time to get rid of those politicians and policies that don't honor that truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. So I want to say thank you to, I received this through Beth. The teacher had sent this to Beth, and then I received it from other people also. I revised the resolution a bit, looking into it, actually talking to scholars at UConn, talking to health leaders that I know, and listening to other mayors and resources that I have available to me, and confirming a lot of the reasons why this is important. I didn't want to do a resolution just to do a resolution. I wanted to do a resolution to, one, to state our priorities and our focus, and to highlight and educate. That's a very important thing that leaders have to do. If we don't do it, sometimes people won't follow and understand why we're doing what we're doing. So I think it's important to have a common understanding before we can make the change that we need to make. I will say I think West Hartford's done a good job in many, many ways, and we have focused on opportunity, justice, and equity, but we are far from perfect, and that was highlighted in our meeting last night with students, with many students of color, or or either or not, and have seen things firsthand. So I think what's important about this statement is showing that a health crisis affects everything. Everything, my husband's grandmother used to, she was an immigrant from Poland, escaping pogroms. And she would always say, health is everything, health is everything else, but health is everything. And that's true. And why is our society so unjust, and this high health crisis that has existed for so long? Why can we finally talk about this now? It's because we've seen so many other injustices, and all of the things that were highlighted in COVID made it so clear. We all know about structural racism. Then we have personal mediated racism, and then we have internalized racism. But the structural racism that's existed for 400 years is something that we as a society need to take steps towards changing. We have not done successfully for many reasons. Every party has been involved in this, and we cannot continue to do this. And when we see and witness and honestly can feel what our Black American family has felt for so long, and we can't turn away. It's finally, this is not, again, just the moment. This is the movement. I was reading I don't know if you know Dr. George Benjamin. So he's the American. He's the executive director of the American Public Health Association. And I've heard him speak several times. But he said, number one in his statement, being Black is bad for your health, and pervasive racism is the cause. That's the conclusion of multiple health studies over more than 3 decades. We do know that health inequities at the very core are due to racism. There's no doubt about that. More recently, the research has shown that racial health disparities don't just affect poor African Americans, but they cross class lines. Benjamin said, as a Black man, my status, my suit, they don't protect me. And he said, Black women are 4 times more likely to die of pregnancy-related to complications than white women. Black men are twice as likely to be killed by police, and kind of similar to what Mr. Sweeney mentioned, and the life expectancy is 4 years less. But there's one other, so this is the time, this is the attitude adjustment. And we all know that now isn't the right time. This should have happened centuries ago, decades ago. We also know that it's not enough, and we need to do more at every turn. But the attitude adjustment is, despite substantial evidence saying that racism causes African American health disparities, remained contentious until recently. The tide has changed in a pretty short period of time. A lot has been raised. There were a lot of raised eyebrows that first you needed to flag racism as being related to public health before you could call it a health crisis. When a 25-year-old Black man named Freddie Gray died in Baltimore, police custody in 2015, people tried to highlight being Black as a health crisis or a health issue. And people said routinely that poverty was a public health issue, that people could understand that. And then people talked about violence as being a public health issue, and people understood that. But when people previously talked about racism as a public health issue, many people didn't agree, and that was just 5 years ago. So we've come, I think this is a reckoning. And again, we have so far to go. But what I didn't want to do was do a resolution with no action. And the way the resolution came to us, it talked about the town council doing certain things or the staff doing certain things. But I think what we need to understand is that our community, we need every member of our community to come along with us. So the town needs to do certain things. And the first thing we need to do is recognize that there is institutionalized systematic racism that prevents many. We can never look at things in the same light, knowing what we know now, what we have seen, what we have witnessed, what we are educating ourselves, what we are learning, what many of my Black friends have been telling me for years. Racism is a public health crisis affecting all the United States, including Connecticut. The town shall work to progress an equity and justice-oriented organization by continuing to identify specific activities to enhance diversity, to ensure anti-racism principles across our leadership, staffing, and contracting. The town shall promote equity through all policies and enhance educational efforts aimed at understanding, addressing, and dismantling racism and how it affects the delivery of human and social services, economic development, and public safety. The town shall improve the quality of data it collects and the analysis of that data. It is not enough to assume that an initiative is producing its intended outcome. Qualitative and quantitative data should be used to assess inequities, its impact, and continuously improved. The town shall continue to advocate locally for relevant policies that improve health in communities of color and support local, state, regional, and federal initiatives that advance efforts to dismantle systemic racism. The town shall work to solidify alliances and partnerships with other organizations that are confronting racism and encourage other local, state, regional, and national entities to recognize racism as a public health crisis. The town shall use community efforts to amplify issues of racism and engage actively and authentically with communities of color wherever they live. The town shall develop clear goals and objectives to assess progress and capitalize on opportunities to further advance racial equity. So we have work to do, and we have some goals that we're setting, and we have some, some things that we need to do. So thank you all for your input, for your support, and thanking you in advance for the hard work that we all have to do ahead of us, so we can truly fulfill the social contract of treating everyone to the best of our ability. So with that, roll call, Ms. LeBron.
Ms. Blanks?
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Cantor?
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff?
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Fay?
Yeehaw, yes.
Mr. Gold?
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd?
Yes.
And Mr. Williams?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeBron. 6C, supplemental resolution to amend the fiscal year 2019-2020 general fund budget to appropriate an additional $50,000 to purchase such goods and services as may be necessary or required to meet the public health emergency and civil preparedness emergency due to COVID-19. Mr. Hart, want to comment on this?
Thank you, Mayor. Matt Hart, Town Manager. So I think, as you all know, in order to respond to the pandemic in a comprehensive way, we've had to purchase certain goods and services that we did not anticipate when we adopted the budget for the current year. At your April 6th meeting, you approved an initial appropriation of $375,000 for this purpose. We're now seeking an additional $50,000 to supplement the original appropriation. The funds obviously would be used to purchase goods and services that are necessary to respond to the emergency. If approved, we would seek reimbursement from FEMA for 75% of the anticipated costs, and we would also apply to the State Office of Policy and Management for reimbursement under the state's new Coronavirus Relief Fund for the remaining 25%. So we're seeking your approval of this resolution. I would say that I do anticipate coming back to you at the start of next fiscal year with a seeking an additional supplement as well. Happy to take any questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Any questions for Mr. Hart? Okay, so I don't know if I said this is a motion to approve and roll call, Ms. LeBron.
Ms. Blanks?
Yes.
Ms. Cantor?
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff?
Yes.
Ms. Fay?
Yes.
Mr. Gold?
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd? Mr. Wenograd?
Yes.
And Mr. Williams? It's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. LeBron. Make a motion to approve a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget of the Capital Projects Fund by $1,517,850 for Park Road. I'm not sure this typo, Senior 501 Capacity, Safety, and Operational Improvements. I just want to make sure that that's right, and I'm afraid I might be signed out on my report doc.
Oh, that is correct, Mayor.
That's right, senior, yeah, okay. All right, I didn't, it's, okay. All right, Mr. Hart, you want to address this?
Thank you, Mayor. Matt Hart, Town Manager. I would like to ask our Town Engineer, Mr. Martin, to make a brief presentation on this item. I did see, though, that Corporation Counsel Dodge did raise his hand. I wasn't sure if he had a procedural matter to raise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Corporation Counsel Dodge. SR stands for State Route 501. And if you look at the title of the actual document, in the title there, it spells out State Route. And so I now want to bet with my deputy that somebody would confuse SR with senior. So thank you.
Oh, great. Anyway, but you should, why can't you capitalize both of them? Anyway, thank you. Mr. Hart, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Martin, back to you, sorry.
Matt Hart, Town Manager. Mayor, I'd like to recognize Town Engineer Dwayne Martin through you. He could make a brief presentation on this item.
Mr. Martin, thank you.
Good evening. Hopefully you can hear me. It's Dwayne Martin, Town Engineer. So for most of us, we drive through the interchange project and it's been done for a while. And from a construction standpoint, that's mostly true. But unfortunately, from a paperwork standpoint, that's not quite true. So essentially what this is a supplement to the contract that was drafted between the town and the state and the contractor to work on the interchange project. And during the course of the project, especially one of this size, oftentimes there are unforeseen changes that occur and we have to adapt during construction. So those were recognized quite a while ago, and there's some mention in it in the agenda item summary, just to call out. In the beginning, there was issues on the off-ramp, which required additional concrete barrier curb, as well as some unsuitable soil that required some additional excavation and then removal of that unsuitable material. And then as we progressed through the project onto Park Road, there was a design change that was done. Originally, it was just planned for a simple mill and pave on Park Road across the interchange area, but it was decided to do an excavation of some depth to remove some of the concrete base under the road and get rid of some of the choppiness that was experienced there and was viewed to get a longer standing pavement structure out of it. And so for those reasons and many others, the cost of the project exceeded the original contractual budget. And so the way to handle that was discussing it with the state and coming up with a supplement to the budget. And so that's essentially what this resolution is demonstrating, is changes to the contract budget to increase for those issues. And then there's a supplemental PAL that's issued and was signed by the town manager. And so the resolution is essentially to square up the funding associated with this change. And I also want to point out that there will be another one that is coming for similar reasons to you, but we don't quite have that yet. But I just wanted to mention that you'll see another one coming in the near future. So the paperwork continues, unfortunately, beyond the construction for some time.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry I hope you didn't have to wait all this time to
Okay.
for that. All right. Is there any questions for Mr. Martin or Mr. Hart? Okay. Roll call, Ms. LeBrun?
Ms. Blanks,
Yes.
Ms. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff,
Yes.
Ms. Fay,
Yes.
Mr. Gold,
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney,
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd,
Yes.
and Mr. Williams.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeBrun. I'd like to make a motion to appoint, thank you, Mr. Martin, again, thank you. Have a good night. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Gail Crockett to the Library Board for a term ending 12/31/2021. Roll call, Ms. LeBrun.
Ms. Blanks,
Yes.
Ms. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff,
Yes.
Ms. Fay,
Yes.
Mr. Gold,
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan, Ms. Kerrigan,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney,
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd,
Yes.
and Mr. Williams. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. LeBrun. Okay, so I may need a little help, Mr. Dodge here. Resolution concerning the future of Ag Genomics property of counselors are in possession of the resolution and attached agreements. Before we begin debate, we need to go into executive session to discuss this real estate business concerning the 1700s, 1800s Asylum Avenue. Madam Clerk, please call the roll to go into executive session.
Ms. Blanks,
Yes.
Ms. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff,
Yes.
Ms. Fay,
Yes.
Mr. Gold,
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney,
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd,
Yes.
and Mr. Williams.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you.
I understand you have a link to go into executive session. I did not see it, so I don't know if there's a way to.
Everybody, when they go into this new link, before doing that, please exit this.
I'm just testing my audio. Okay.
Okay, I think we have everybody back again. Okay. All right, thank you. The council will come back into order and we're now back in public session. I move to adopt a resolution concerning the 1700 and 1800 Asylum Avenue. I would like to ask the town manager to summarize the resolution, and then I will open up the floor for debate. Mr. Hart.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I don't think Councilwoman Fay is on the call.
Okay, so we'll wait for a minute. If somebody can text Mary, maybe?
I'll text her 1 second.
Okay, we're all good. Thank you. All right, so now Mr. Hart to speak to the resolution. You're on.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt Hart, Town Manager. I'll start by providing an overview of the resolution and then explain why I am recommending your support of the resolution. So the resolution would accomplish 4 things. First of all, it would authorize me to enter into a right of first refusal agreement with FinTech Village LLC, better known as Ideanomics, for a 6-month period. And the term of this agreement would run from July 1st through December 30th of this year. And pursuant to this agreement, the town would have the ability to match any offer that FinTech Village might receive to purchase both parcels, both 1700 and 1800, as well as a offer they might receive to purchase any one of those properties individually. We would have 30 days to match an offer that FinTech has received to purchase the property. This agreement, importantly, would also give the town 6 months to conduct our due diligence to determine whether or not it would make sense for the town to acquire those properties. Secondly, this resolution would authorize me to execute a lease agreement with FinTech or Ideanomics for the continued use of the 4 ball fields that we have built and that we have used for approximately the last 20 years, located on the east side of the property, including the Miracle Field, which is a tremendous asset for our community and for the region. The third thing that this resolution would accomplish is it would authorize me to execute an access and maintenance agreement for the property. And this is the consideration, if you will, for the right of first refusal agreement. So under this access and maintenance agreement, the town would be responsible for a certain level of exterior maintenance to both parcels for both 1700 and 1800 Asylum Avenue. We would be responsible for mowing. We would not mow any of the areas that are blocked off where currently the environmental remediation work is taking place. And then the fourth thing that this resolution would accomplish is it would appropriate a certain sum of money, a little under $190,000, for the town to utilize to maintain the property, to handle the mowing I just described, as well as $150,000 for certain professional services. Approximately half of it would be for outside legal counsel. We are planning to use the law firm of Robinson and Cole, as well as other environmental type due diligence, appraisal work, etc. we would need to conduct as we evaluate whether or not it would make sense for the town to acquire these parcels. In terms of breaking down the funding a little bit more, the funding source, the $190,000 would come from the fund balance in our capital non-recurring expenditure fund. So it would come from there. It would be transferred into the general fund. That's how the financials would work. And as I talked about, a little under $40,000 for the mowing and approximately $150,000 for the professional services. Why am I endorsing this? Why am I recommending that the council approve this resolution? Here are the main reasons. And I've been in conversations with Ideanomics for some weeks now. This property, those two parcels, Ideanomics has listed as non-core assets on their financial statements. You know, we don't know ultimately what their plans are, but it does not appear as though they are in the position to develop FinTech Village as they had contemplated anytime soon. So we're concerned, we're concerned that the property could potentially languish for some period of time, and that the conditions of the property could negatively impact our neighborhoods and the town. The ball fields, as I mentioned earlier, are very, very important to us. Those 4 ball fields, that lease expires. At the end of June. And the lease agreement we have negotiated, I failed to mention the term earlier, it would run for an initial period of 6 months, and then there would be another 6-month renewal period. This would give us time to work on a long-term solution for the ball field. So hopefully we would be able to either acquire the property or enter into a longer-term lease. A third reason for recommending this resolution, I think given the environmental conditions on site, given our current zoning, that Ideanomics or some other private partner is likely going to need a public entity to assist them. They're going to need a public partner in order to move this forward. Fourth, with the appropriate zoning, we think that this property, 58 acres, smack dab in the middle of our town, has tremendous value when properly remediated. This property is of strategic importance to the town and the region. There's potential for some exciting uses out there, as well as groundless growth and potential for some additional municipal uses too. And then lastly, there are tools available, some of which are more recent than we last looked at this 3 years ago. There are tools available to allow the town to protect itself from liability. There are state financial assistance and liability relief programs, different types of insurance that we could purchase. There are ways in which we could structure our contracts with the environmental professionals. So in summary, you're not agreeing today to purchase this property. What you're agreeing to is a lease for the ball fields that are so important to us, and you're agreeing to take another look at acquiring this property, and that we're willing to pay a certain sum of money to handle the exterior maintenance while we do that. And in handling the exterior maintenance, we have received some number of complaints from the neighborhood. We are concerned about its appearance. We want to be able to appropriately maintain it. I'll stop there, Mayor, and take any questions that council members may have.
Thank you, Matt. I'm looking to see if anyone has a question. I'm not going to go through it because it's late. I want to ask people if they don't want to say anything. Are there any questions for the town manager or Corporation Counsel? I don't see any hands. Okay. So I would just say thank you very much. This was a lot of work by town staff in a fairly short period of time. And we're looking forward to moving forward on this project. So thank you very much. And with that, we will do a roll call. Ms. LeBreau.
Ms. Blanks.
Yes.
Ms. Cantor.
Yes.
Mr. Davidoff.
Yes.
Ms. Fay.
Yes.
Mr. Gold.
Yes.
Ms. Kerrigan.
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney.
Yes.
Mr. Wenograd.
Yes.
And Mr. Williams.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeBreau. Announcements really quickly. No Webster Award, Food Share, New Business Float 41, Entrepreneur Anissa Taish, Legacy Business Keating Agency, Nonprofit of the Year, Friends of Feeney, Unsung Hero Milton Ortega, Economic Driver, the Design District, and Professional of the Year Eric Bergen, Ambassador of the Year Christopher Clark, and Volunteer of the Year Dave Calaby. Those were the No Webster Chamber Spotlight Awards last night. The Small Business Forum will take place also on the Paycheck Protection Program at Thursday morning at 8:30. So you can, on the board docs, there's a link. Witness Stone installation will be Friday, June 26th at 10:30. This will be installed at the Old Center Cemetery to remember the lives of Lou, Kate, Caesar, York, Ned, Reuben, Sarah, Coffee, and Greenville. In-person attendance is extremely limited. This will stream online. And if you want to attend the event in person, please contact Dr. Tracy Wilson at her Gmail account. That's also on board docs. Following the installation, you are invited to Goodman Green. There'll be 3 jars of soil filled for George, Chris, and Greenville, who were enslaved by Timothy Goodwin, Benjamin Colton, and Nathaniel Hooker. These jars will be displayed outside Noah Webster Library in Blueback Square. Pride painting dedication. Pride Week kicks off with a brief dedication ceremony on Friday, June 26th at noon. The Pride flag was painted on Isham Road in Blueback Square, hosted by Barry Walters of West Hartford Pride. Featured speakers include a few words by myself, the town manager, Reverend Dr. Adam Roberts-Smith of the Universalist Church of West Hartford, and Adrian Billings-Smith. Attendees are asked to wear a face mask and maintain 6 feet social distancing. West Hartford Community Interactive captured the painting by artist Brian Colbath and his daughter Jillian Colbath this past Saturday. You can watch the video also on this board docs site. Pride banners will go up on lampposts, also paid for by in lieu of the Pride Fest actually that had been planned that will not take place due to COVID. Encore, a Playhouse on the Park virtual fundraiser, will happen again virtually. This is the 11th season, and they will be doing their fundraiser on Saturday, June 27th. Please visit their website for more information. And with that, without objection, I will adjourn the meeting. Any objections? All right, we are adjourned. Good night.